Good morning and welcome to the second day of the Smart City Expo World Congress Digital Program 2021. We had an amazing first day of the Congress yesterday, and if you've enjoyed it up until now, I can't wait for you to see what we have prepared for today. We don't want you to miss absolutely anything happening at the Smart City Expo World Congress, and that's why we have our two correspondents at different locations of the Congress. They will be ready to tell us about everything going on out there. Natalie Donbach, good morning. Where are you, and do you know who we are going to see today at the Congress Hall?
Good morning, Jamie. We're very excited to be here for the second day of the Congress. And we're just outside of the main auditorium and the speakers room. And we have a lot of speakers and participants trickling in to start seeing the sessions and listen to today's speakers. We'll be receiving a lot of those speakers here as well. So some of the top names that you can look forward to hearing from later today includes, just in a few minutes, we've got Mr. Charbel Anou, who's the Cities and Space Director for NVIDIA. We also have Ms. Francesca Bria, who's the president of the National Innovation Fund of Italy. So we'll be speaking to her later, as well as a really exciting activist called Simona Levi. And she's the founder of several activist groups, including XNet. So yeah, we've got a really packed program and some really interesting voices to hear from today.
Thank you, Natalie. Paula Dali, good morning to you too. Where are you?
Good morning, Jamie. Here I am at the auditorium's main entrance. Welcome everyone to this second day. We're super excited about it. And let me share with you some of the data. We're celebrating a 10th anniversary of this Smart Cities Expo. And we are having about 10,000 visitors throughout the 3 days, over 400 exhibitors, and 350 speakers. That's amazing. You're already tweeting about it. And let me share with you some of those tweets. Today, we'll know this year's World Smart City Award winner. The candidates are Belo Horizonte, Buenos Aires, New York, St. Petersburg, Sydney, and Sunderland. That's what Cities Today has tweeted. Also, Jeremy M. Goldberg says, the problems we face are big, but I am feeling the energy we need to tackle them and put people first by being inclusive and socially responsible. Also, Lourdes Muñoz says, important, more women speaking at the Smart City Expo Congress. Congratulations. Congratulations to you two. Keep sharing those thoughts and we'll be checking up on them soon. Use our hashtag SCEWC21. Check out every single thing that's happening today.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Thank you very much, Paula. Don't stay too far. We'll be coming back to you for more in no time. And for those you watching at home, don't forget, you can also comment on everything happening today in the chat enabled to the Tomorrow City platform. Are you ready? Look at what we have coming.
Tomorrow on Smart City Expo World Congress Digital Program. Experts from the field will tell us what to expect from resilience-focused strategies. We'll learn about what cities can do for women's rights from Anna Falou and Carola Gunachon. We'll witness the debate on what the next decade of governance can bring. And we'll discover how to improve governance through technology and so much more.
Let's talk now with Dongguan City. This city in China makes the construction of digital government a guiding priority. It adheres to the concept of an urban intelligent body, builds a government data brain, and integrates a service platform with an intelligent city operations center, IOC, aggregating digital technologies such as 5G, big data, cloud computing, and industry applications. Good morning, Ms. Zhu Shihong. Tell us more about how to construct intelligent interactions, hubs, applications, and connections.
建设有关情况。我发言的题目是以数字政府建设提升城市治理水平。
Today we're talking about digital government and how we improve the digital government construction in Dongguan City. Dongguan is a city with a long history since the opening up and revolution of China. Dongguan has become a very strong city. We have trillions of GDP every year, and what's more, Dongguan is a very special city that can be seen in 4 aspects. Its special location, in a very located next to Shenzhen City and Guangzhou City, and it has a very special administration structure as well. Number 3, we have a special demographic structure. We have many immigrants in our city, and we also have a special industry structure. Every 4 smartphone is one of them is built in Dongguan. And there are every 5 person, 1 person is wearing a jumper made in Dongguan. So we have a lot of pressure in the development of our city as well. And we are in need of a transformation of digitalization. We need to solve a lot of issues in order to develop our economy and improve the quality of the city. Since 2018, we started the building of digital government, and we started to gather the information of administration into one system and starting to build an administration service platform. We connect different departments and different counties and villages, innovate new administration model. In 2019, we started our 3-year active plan. In 2021, we further advanced the cooperation between government and companies, and we separate the management and operation as well. We build a strong digital foundation. And to improve the one network unified management in Dongguan. Over the 3 years, we continue to simplify procedures, decentralize powers, combine decentralization with appropriate control, and optimize our services in the city. We're seeing great results. Last year, we were given the award of the leading smart city in China. We are a service-oriented and people-oriented government. Make use of our integrated administration platform to connect departments and share data to support and the improvement, refinement of procedures within the government, where people can enjoy integrated online platform. For example, here is our internet plus property project, allowing people to deal with any issues or errands related to their property, allowing them to actually having to go to different offices or institutions in person. They can easily finish and get their certificate within 1 day, and sometimes even within an hour. They can purchase their house and get their document within 1 day. So much more easier than before. And we also improve our service at public security. This is also this has been approved by many different parties in the society.
Improved the efficiency and improved the services we offer to our citizens, making Dongguan the digital service center. Our services and our government structure is transparent and open. Every year we have a gain of over 100,000 entities. They provide vitality into our economy, but that means more monitoring work and more administration work for us. And for that purpose, we have built a monitoring service, especially for food safety. The sunshine inspection system is very important, especially for the food safety on campus. We have built the Internet Plus kitchen. We have used the AI and image recognition system. Parents get to check the food safety for the campuses where their children go to through mobile apps. We are connecting with both the campuses and the parents, and we're using AI technologies. So over 1,800 canteens have gone through the digital transformation, and we get clear visibility into the food raw material procurement, and we have set up an alarm system where necessary, and that has made our resource allocation very efficient. We have launched the public bidding process, so that the bidders, when participating in the system, they're anonymous, and the whole process have been digitized. There won't be any illegal business done under the table. And this project has been listed as an exemplary example, and innovation award has been given by the NDRC, the competent authority in China. And we are building the smart government centered around innovation. With our provincial level One Network Unified Management, we have got a top level design. We've had the brains covering all the cities and the towns, and we have the applications extended into all the villages. And for all the pain points for the grassroots, at the grassroots level, we have launched some pilot applications. This will be one frontline where we get most of the innovations done. And with the technologies and the businesses, we're covering different areas, including the business environment, ecology, protection. Take environment protection as an example. We've launched the ecology monitoring and data management platform. We're the first ever in China to launch a platform that integrates all the data, integrating over 1.6 billion data sets with 309 registered users, and launched 29,000 tasks. We're monitoring and sharing all the data for air pollutants and air quality. Air quality in Dongguan was ranked as the 19th among all the cities in China, with a major improvement in air quality. For city services, we are building a comprehensive service platform. On this platform, you can access city services, consulting services, and inclusive finance with the digital ID card for the citizens. So our citizens, they can access medical health care, library services, mobility, public transportation, shopping with only one code. So they get to access all the services within the city with only one code. We've got 6.32 million users. with active users numbering at 612,000. Based on the 15th five-year plan, we would always be people-centered. To improve the governance system and our capability, we will enhance our IT infrastructure, launch more digital applications, and explore more efficient and a newer version of our city.
Well, what can I say? It's always amazing to hear from projects from China. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Our next recorded interviewees are incredibly knowledgeable. First, we have the senior researcher of the Global Cities program at the CIDOB, Barcelona Center of International Affairs, who is also a researcher at the Center for Social Studies of the University of Coimbra, Miss Eva Garcia Chueca. We also have with us the coordinator of Global Platform for the Right to the City and the former president of Habitat International Coalition, Miss Lorena Zarate. Let's hear what they have to say.
So my name is Lorena Zarate. I'm currently co-coordinator of the Global Platform for the Right to the City, and also former president of the Habitat International Coalition.
Hello, my name is Eva Garcia Chueca, and I'm Senior Research Fellow at CIDOB, the Barcelona Center for International Affairs.
The right to the city is a shared vision for more just, democratic and sustainable places to live in, where the social well-being of the people and the care for the planet are paramount and above profit-making purposes.
And some of the principles that help us understand what the right to the city is and what it entails would be solidarity, inclusiveness, social justice, equity, local democracy and citizen participation, as well as sustainability. And that means that urban opportunities or urban services, equipment, etc., have to be made available not only to all the inhabitants that are present in urban territories today, but also to future generations.
In general, I would say that the city governments are responsible for guaranteeing that city functions for its residents, and providing different services and protecting the full range of political, economic, and cultural rights. But that is also true for the private sector. So under the Human Rights International Law, the private sector has also responsibility of respect and protect and contributing to fulfill human rights. And this is crucial. And of course, the social sector responsibility to get organized and contribute to the social, cultural, and economic functioning of the city, what in many cases people are doing, and facing barriers from both public and private sectors to do that. There are several elements that are important for citizen engagement, but maybe focus on three. The first one is the design and implementation of adequate spaces and mechanisms that represent that diversity of voices, but in particular that give a prominent role to those individuals, groups, and communities traditionally marginalized and excluded. The second element is that those spaces and mechanisms should not be only about participation, quote unquote, participation and consultation as formal and more or less meaningless, really, exercises without real consequences, but instead spaces, real spaces and mechanisms for decision-making purposes. And last but not least, it's also crucially important that the autonomous and independent social spaces and initiatives concerned with the common good are respected and supported. So it's not just about getting that social energy into the institutions, but creating both different kind of spaces for dialogue between those actors, but also at the same time respecting and supporting those autonomous spaces for civil society to get organized and address issues that are of common concern. Housing is certainly a right. Housing is a human right recognized both at the international level, in legal standards, in human rights standards, but also at the national level in several constitutions around the world, dozens of constitutions around the world, and even at the city level with the compromises and commitment from local authorities to actually fulfill that right. At the same time, the way it works today and the economy works today and the building construction sector works today, financial sector works today, it is a financial asset. And that's part of the problem. I mean, we had a crisis before, but in particular during the past 25, 30 years, have been worsening because of the financialization of housing. And this is creating huge problems, not only not solving the housing crisis, but actually worsening the crisis. And that with social crisis and environmental impacts, they're really, really concerning. And I think we need to address in an urgent way.
From 2019 onwards, the European Union has been making some efforts to really mobilize some financial resources, as well as establish some strategic guidelines to enhance and to boost affordable housing. So we see that some progress is being made. The primary step is to have a roof, and not only a roof, not only the right to housing, but also the right to the whole range of urban opportunities, urban services that a city gives. So this is why it's so important to build polycentric cities with a good distribution of equipment, of services in all the neighborhoods.
The integration of the so-called informal settlements, or people settlements really, has to take into consideration not only the physical aspects, right, but also the social, cultural, and political ones. So in that sense, we mentioned already, it's fundamental to hear the voices and the leadership that is arising from those neighborhoods, and in many cases with decades of experience and mobilization. It's also crucial to think about integral policies and approaches that can tackle the several aspects of that integration at the same time. So it's, as we said, it's not just the physical integration, so like service provision, infrastructure, facilities, etc., but also the security of tenure, so the legal recognition of that tenure being either individual or collective. And this is very important, so people can be sure they are not going to be evicted from those housing and those neighborhoods. And of course, too, the economic and cultural recognition and integration. People living in these neighborhoods usually suffer a lot of stigmatization and invisibilization from the rest of society. And that's a huge part of the problem too. So it's not only the physical integration, but also the social, cultural, and political integration of these neighborhoods at the organizations that in many cases, in particular in the Latin American context, mobilization in these neighborhoods and leadership arising from these neighborhoods was crucial for the democratization process of many of our countries. In Latin America that were suffering at the time dictatorships in so many places.
Our next guest has extensive experience in helping cities, urban innovators and enterprises with the power of artificial intelligence and digital transformation. He is an innovative, resourceful senior business leader With years of driving large ICT transformations, an entrepreneur with 2 consultancies and 4 new business ventures in Fortune 500 tech companies. Mr. Charbel Aoun is currently leading NVIDIA Smart Cities and Spaces business. He is now with Natalie. Let's talk with them.
Hi, Jamie. Thanks. Yeah, we're very excited to have Mr. Aoun with us today. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so the first question we wanted to ask you was really, what are some of the key concepts that you underline while helping customers and partners to really amplify and capitalize on the benefits of artificial intelligence? And, what are some of the best ways of extracting insights from sensors and IoT? If you could tell us a bit more.
It's a very exciting job, but at the same time, for new people into the world of AI, it's a confusing topic. So my job starts, first of all, by demystifying what is AI. And to do that, I have to explain the very simple concept in the easiest possible term. Everything is about training and inferencing. You teach the machine like you teach a kid by showing them images, and you keep teaching them and showing them images until they learn enough. And once they know, that's it. They know on their own. You start using them to guess, to detect things. That simple principle is what drives everything in AI, whether it's imagery or IoT devices or medical machineries, X-rays, and so on. So my job is, first of all, to show them the art of the possible so they can figure out how they use the technology and digital transformation, whether it's cities or partners. Now, once they do that, my next mission is to, as I said, demystify or simplify, is by offering them support to create the different type of architecture to deploy these solutions, because you have devices distributed in the city everywhere. You gotta take data, classify data, and process the data, and then take action or insight from the data. These machines require a lot of compute and a different architecture, some of it on the edge, some of it in the cloud. So our job is to figure out with the partner and the cities this full end-to-end stack so they can go and procure it from any partner they choose. Regarding the second part is, once you have that, it's a simple process. Data comes in, AI will declassify it, will label it, will understand it, and will convert it to you into insight. I think that would be a good answer.
No, that was a brilliant answer. Thank you very much. And how do you really improve cities for all, both as an entrepreneur, but also as an intrapreneur?
So it's very important, because the challenge of cities and the challenge is becoming more and more about talent, especially when we talk about cutting-edge technology or a frontier technology like AI, machine learning, deep learning, and so on. So entrepreneurs are the great talent startups that coming with ideas and how we enable them. And we at NVIDIA, we have many programs. The main one that related to cities, we have Inception and Metropolis, where we nurture, incubate, support, help, do everything we can to make them ready to go to market. We have in Inception around 8,000 startups across all domains, around 500 related to cities. And then once they grow up and mature, we take them into another specialized program, which is Metropolis, dedicated for cities, and we take mature partners. So that's entrepreneur. Intrapreneur is when corporate, like our company and many others, they encourage that entrepreneur spirit inside. So I run my business inside my company like an entrepreneur, so I'm an intrapreneur. So this is very important to cities, because everything we're gonna see around is about local talent, right? Is about creating capabilities, because we cannot always import the talent. We can import the technology, we can bring in lessons learned, reuse use cases, but it has to be executed locally. And for us, this is very, very important, because we still consider ourselves kind of a startup, though we are such a large company.
Great, and just really quickly, the last question here was, how do you predict AI will actually, make cities smarter in the future?
Well, I cannot predict the future, that's for sure, because if I can, I would be one of those lucky people. But I think what we can do is, AI is happening, there's no doubt about that, especially from being a person lucky enough to be in that domain. I see it happening every day in, day out. However, we can look at what's going on from here backward and see where we're going from here forward. And the picture is very promising and very powering. So I believe AI is delivering and will continue to deliver more value in automation, in operational efficiency, healthier, safer place. It's not about replacing human. It's about taking the mundane functions, the functions that requires a lot of heavy lifting, and it's just observing data that is not very productive. The AI can do it better, faster. Then we leave the human, the people, the decision maker, to do what they're good at. Intuition, decision making, judgment, analyzing data. It can help. It can provide simulation, it can provide prediction, but at the end, it will allow us to focus people on what we're good at, which is decide what to do with the data. If we give them the right data, the correct data, the accurate data in real time, I am sure decision making and running city becomes better. And that is a reality so far. Where it goes from here, well, I'm not going to throw prediction because that would be probably everybody can predict, but I think where we're going to see here is more and more democratization of AI. What I mean, today it's considered in many cities as innovation, as risky business, as difficult business, as new, but we see more and more adoption and integration as part of the journey forward.
Great, and what is the one thing you're most excited about when it comes to the Congress in these 3 days?
Well, I am excited. Today is a very special day to me because this is my 10th anniversary with this Congress. I've been coming here 10 years, speaking, participating in different forms. So I'm very happy to come back after a year of craziness to see that people are back, active, the same debate, and the debate is much more for... I was on a panel yesterday, and what was exciting is that people are actually talking about things like I've been witnessing for the last 10 years. It's coming together in a different shape, in a more concrete examples. On a panel yesterday with the City of New York and City of Barcelona CTOs, it was really refreshing to see things are back to normal.
Exactly, yeah, we're super happy to be back, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And with that, I'll hand it over to Jamie back in the studio.
Thank you for your presence today here, Mr. Aoun. Really glad you enjoyed it so much. Thank you too, Natalie. Key project scheduling management is one of the 100 government affairs scenes in City Brain and an important player when organizing economic work with a project at its center. This initiative is the first in China to combine big data analysis, video conferencing connections, fusion communication sessions, satellite remote sensing, and other presentation methods for major project scheduling. It is time to connect again with our friends in China who will elaborate further.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We're here at Chengdu, China, the land of heaven, the hometown of pandas, a city with 4,500 years of civilization and the development of 2,300 years. We have our lovable pandas and spicy mapo tofu and warm and delicious hot pots and beautiful poems by our great poets. Today's Chengdu is a key city in China, serving over 20 million people, and with a population of over added population of over 5.82 million. And we have many foreigners living in this beautiful city. Chengdu is a megacity with a population of over 20 million. We make good use of big data, cloud computing, and new generation of technologies to improve our administration. Here we call it internet administration. We aim to make Chengdu more livable and more inclusive. Today we are focusing on the people living in Chengdu and those difficulties they encounter in their daily work and life, and how the government make use of intelligent solutions to solve their issues. In the heart of Chengdu residents, Chengdu is a livable and beautiful city. It's also a smart and inclusive city. It's an ideal city in people's hearts. Now let's take a look at a video of Chengdu.
你帮我翻呀？前几页他们翻吧，你就别管了，你就管后面的哈。你要慈祥哦，衣服要不要熨一下哦？你这有点过分了。
好的，感谢王叔，各位观众好。
三个，又熄火了呀？啊？又熄火了？熄火了？熄火了？是哪一个？是那个后面那个这个大餐有问题了，让我把皮带水。哎呦，火了！熄火了。那出来了。在不能放在吗？你得了嘛，所以那个代场配体的东西哦。稍等一下啊！哎，你找到会吗？有把手
状况。
嘛，有些话。还有，王叔有点资深党员。
资深党员。
你还老党员？
那都没你资深。
这么年轻还老党
员？没有，好年轻。
这才有对吧？
没有，待会儿再说嘛。不是中间还有那个吗？中间不是要停顿吗？
王总不用带了？不会，带还是不带啊？
可以带，有啥嘛？怕啥？
是党员就带啊，亮明身份
啊，
书记亲自给你带。
哦，你们成立了是吧？
对啊。
你们几个人呢？
我们好多人，我们10几个人呢。但好多都是留的党员，好多都是留的党员。
我把这个稿子扣烂了。
你在翻是吧？
对呀，我在。
As you could tell from the video, we have a special service hotline in Chengdu 12345 to connect the people and the government. Now let's take a look at how the government respond and react when someone calls or writes to the government. First of all, let me quickly introduce the network administration work done by Chengdu and the structure of our work. Over the last few years, in the building of smart city and digital government, we have always been focusing on people and companies' needs. The result of city development is evaluated by our city residents. We are always a people-oriented city. The Secretary General Xi Jinping has expressed that it's extremely important for the government to understand what people want as we develop our government. And we need to make good use of data analysis and information. And under the guidance of Secretary Xi Jinping, we are always make use of internet, cloud computing, big data, and connecting that with policymaking, city administration, and city services to create a city based on one network, unified management, and integrated online platform to make scientific and reasonable policies, decisions. This platform is an important foundation of the building of a smart city in Chengdu. Our network administration platform is about one number, one network, and great results. We have combined 105 non-emergency hotlines, and we reduced the numbers of hotlines from 500 to 270. Most of the services can be done through the hotline 12345. And we also combined the letterboxes.
That was a quite unique presentation, Ms. Li Mo. Thank you very much for being here today at Smart City Expo World Congress. Digital technology is becoming a ubiquitous presence in our lives. It has had innumerable ripple effects in society to the point that we are not able to fully quantify them today. However, we have with us an expert in the field which will bring us as close to understanding the new digital world as anyone. Miss Simona Levy is the co-founder of XNet and Imparato. She is also a playwright and director and has been an advisor for various institutions such as the Secretary of State for Digitization and Artificial Intelligence of the Government of Spain, the Directorate of Digital Society of the Generalitat of Catalonia, and the Barcelona City Council. She is currently with Paula in the Expo area.
Yes, hi Jamie, here I am with Miss Levy. Welcome to the second day of this expo.
Thank you very much. Good day.
I wanted to ask you, digital tools have helped us with movements such as the 15M in which you participated here in Barcelona. But the digital world can also lead to disinformation. How can we balance these two opposite things?
Yeah, well, digital is part of our world, and in our world there is disinformation. There is disinformation in digital, but also, for example, in bars or on the TV. So I think it's important to focus not on the means. We shouldn't attack the internet, or we shouldn't close the bars in order to avoid disinformation, but really attack the sources. And the sources, as I explain in my book, Fake You, the sources of the massive disinformation, the one that interfere in the debate, in the democratic debate, in fact are the producer and viralizer, the entity that they are investing money in producing and viralizing massive information and disinformation. And these, I'm afraid, they are our political parties, their sponsors, and their client mainly.
And with the omnipresence of technology in our lives, privacy is really questioned. We are always doubting if our privacy is being exposed too much. How can we balance the digital innovation and the protection of our personal information?
Yeah, we give for granted that the type of digitalization we are in, but I think the institution have the responsibility to ensure that this digitalization is auditable, and auditable in a democratic way. And there is only one way to do that, is that all the infrastructure should be open source with their code published in order that any citizen can audit in a democratic and distributed way what this infrastructure does with our data, with the contents, and with, for example, the algorithmic governance of these infrastructures.
And about politics becoming increasingly polarized, we know that extreme right-wing parties are now being positioned in the central political player zone, the majority of countries. So how is digital space both fueling these trends, but also presenting itself as a solution to this issue?
Yeah, it is right. Exactly like this is a tool for both things, as many other. And now we know, or we know, but now we know even more that hate is an instrument for engagement. And the thing is, once again, who is creating an industry out of generating content that use, for example, hate in order to get more engagement. Mm-hmm. And once again, is really a matter of how our political parties are structured, because they have a pre-digital structure also. And I think the solution is more transparency on following the money manner. So if we can say, okay, everyone that invert or gain money out of creating information have to have a duty of transparency and on what item is investing on, and also a duty of verification. It means that if you invest money in creating a content, you are doing a business, and then so you should ensure that your content have been verified somehow, and this should be ruled like that.
I'm totally into that too. About your future projects, can you tell us a little more about what you're working on?
Yeah, we are really studying the digitalization, the idea of the digitalization, especially now that everybody speaks about the next generation money. It's important that we don't give for granted the digitalization we are in at the moment, because I think if we let the digitalization being led only by big techs, we are sending a wrong signal to the market. We are saying to the market that we can have digitalization without small and medium enterprise, that we are not involving the local talent, and also that sometimes we keep aside the digital right, while the digital right should be the center, the core, by design and by default, of the digitalization.
And you were talking previously about your book. What else can we find on those pages?
Yeah, we have a book that is called Fake You, and is about the monopoly of disinformation. It means that we think that people have been considered responsible for this information. Everybody say you should verify more, but we don't have tools to verify. So not even the journalists sometimes reach the level of verification that is needed right now. So the policy are asking to the people to do a job that not even journalists can do. So what we say is that we should label the information. And this, when you are in the business of information, both if you are an institution, if you are a political party, if you are someone that put money into information, then you are doing a business. And then you should label the information in order that we have all the ingredients, as we do with food, all the ingredients to know if your sources are good enough, if you have done all the verification that was needed, and then we, the people, will be able and we can participate to the verification of information.
That's really true. Thank you, Ms. Levy, for having us today, and have a great day at the Expo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Back to you.
What an interesting point of view, Ms. Levy. Thank you very much for being here with us, and thank you too, Paula. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced many cities to get creative to mitigate, control and boost economic growth during such hardships. It has been especially inspiring to see firms in China take on such life-saving tasks. There can be no better person to talk about pandemic-fueled innovation than our next speaker, Ms. Li Jifeng, Deputy General Manager of Tencent Cloud Hubei region. Let's connect with Wuhan.
The only online speaker today, and
许多服务城市运行的数字化城市。武汉是全国首批智慧城市试点城市之一。突如其来的新冠肺炎疫情，武汉市依托疫情大数据平台、武汉战役健康码等一批数字化应用，为抗疫斗争取得重大战略性成果和城市疫后重振提供了强有力的支撑。常态化防控形势下，面临城市发展对智慧化、数字化的要求更高和市民需求不断升级等挑战，新型智慧城市建设迫在眉睫。在武汉市委、市领导的支持下，明确了具有武汉特色的易云网、一大脑、5大重点应用领域和3大保障体系新型智慧城市总体架构，确定了武汉城市大脑作为智慧城市核心引擎的总体定位。武汉和腾讯签订战略合作框架，采用一大脑、6大基础应用、3大支撑体系的基础架构，打造具有智慧中枢功能的城市大脑。 武汉智慧城市建设不是交钥匙工程，通过技术的不断重塑，让城市成为一个连续、高效、整合、开放的生态系统。腾讯提出了生态型智慧城市的理念，借助技术连接实体空间与虚拟空间，将智慧内化到市民的便民服务、政府人员的协同处置、城市精细化治理的方方面面。这是腾讯理解的智慧城市的本质，通过 VCT 解决方案聚焦以人为本，场景延伸，生态赋能。第一步要打造一个城市级别的各类应用运行的操作系统，新型智慧城市的底座。其次，我们更多的是要借助腾讯的连接器、工具箱、产业能力去助力生态，借助城市底座的赋能平台，通过模组化，让技术实现更加敏捷快速，各行业生态更加协同高效，数字融合更加统筹集约，上层应用可以自驱进化。
Synergy and the upper applications they can evolve and be self-driven. So we are serving every citizens and we're dealing with all the businesses highly efficiently. And we hope through the partnership and the ecosystem Tencent, we will reshape the city of Wuhan. Tencent has been actively participating in the smart city construction of Wuhan. During the pandemic, we developed the Fighting Pandemic Wuhan app and the healthcare and the health code, so that the government can have a real-time understanding of how we're fighting the pandemic, what are the progresses, and it played an important role. So far, over 20 million people have used our Wuhan health code, and it has been used for over billions of times. We have participated in the implementation of various smart city projects. We have the basic structure with 4 centers and 6 basic applications and 3 structure systems centered around the city brain. On top of that, we organized the one network unified management system for the city government service system, and integrating all the services for the citizens and the city governance and operation and the services to the companies. We have built over 20 scenarios and the first city level standard citizen code. We City Future City Solution has expanded from the digitization of public services to the comprehensive digitization of economic and social development. It is a new pivot for offering our services. We have a 1+1+6 model connecting the consumers and the businesses and the government so that we can better serve the general public, companies, and the government. Since the inception of WeCity of Tencent Cloud, it has been used across different cities, including Guangzhou, Wuhan, Beijing, and Shanghai. And it has gained industry-wide recognition. WeCity from Tencent Cloud is a new engine for digitization. It helps improve the services, industries, and governance, and fully integrate the people, industries, and the city. We hope that WeCity of Tencent Cloud can further improve public services, accelerate the integration of industries and smart city, and improve the refined governance of city and to support the highly efficient operation. We want to integrate big data, cloud resources, to build a very solid infrastructure through the comprehensive coverage and serving all groups of consumers. We can diversify the applications and scenarios. We can have a light version of development, maintenance, and operations. So we have a light app. By creating synergy between data and applications, we can deepen the ties between government, companies, and people. And by connecting with all the capital technologies and capabilities within a city, we can build a better ecosystem to make our city more resilient and generate more value. For future smart city development, we will be user-oriented. We will use our technology for good. We will work with our partners, promote and improve the management model, tools, and ideals, from digitization to making our city intelligent and smart. And we will help build Wuhan into the first-tier city in terms of the digital economy. Thank you. Thank you for sharing with us, and we appreciate all the effort from all the contributors for Wuhan's digital city. Here's a demo to give you more color.
Smart City Life 2020 is only the tip of the iceberg. Let's lead transformative action together.
Let's proceed. Within any city, it is important to effectively use the public space and green space in a sustainable way and to build a livable city for the citizens. That's important for all the city constructors. Tianfu New District has used digital twins and digital governance. And for the need of city planning, it has built a smart city park that satisfy the need for manufacturing and living and the ecologic development. It has built a information system integrating all the space and resources and built a city smart planning system to promote the smart development of Tianfu New District. Let's give them the floor. Dear audiences, I am Wang Yalin from Big Data and E-Government Division of Tianfu New Area. And next I will share the stage with Vice President of Sichuan Cloud Walk. We will share with you what we have achieved. The new district was founded in 2014. It is in South Chengdu City. It is a very young national new district, and its mission is to build the city park. And we are building a city. We are facing countless opportunities and challenges. Under the leadership of Chengdu municipal government, we have been people-oriented, and we're aligned with the internet era and using the city governance principles. We have been using the cutting-edge technologies and our proprietary ICT technologies, including digital twins and data governance. We have built the new digital city centered around the city brain, and 4 different city scenarios. We are creating synergy between different departments and
definitely
providing...
That was fascinating stuff from our colleagues in China. Thank you very much for your time and for being here at the Smart City Expo World Congress. Thank you very much. Resiliency and climate leadership have been on display at the COP26 summit in Glasgow. We are now going to speak with 3 experts who will indicate how they are helping us transition to a greener future. First, we have Ms. Lina Liaku, who is head of for Europe and the Middle East for the Resilient Cities Network. We also have Ms. Julia Lopez Ventura, the European Regional Director at C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group. And last but not least, Ms. Ilaria Giuliani, Milan's Deputy Chief Resilience Officer. What a pleasure to have you all here at Smart City. The COP26 summit ended last week, yet reports are that climate targets are not enough. How should we raise our ambitions to more impactful climate objectives?
You are absolutely right. We are in the middle of a climate emergency, and this Glasgow Climate Pact, I say this because we could have had another one, is clearly falling short to avoid catastrophic climate breakdown. While nations speak, there is hope. There's action happening in cities, in regions. While nations, presidents debate, there are mayors that are already implementing the future that we need. So I say yes, there is hope, despite this Glasgow Climate Pact that we have.
Do you agree, Lina and Julia?
Of course, I agree, and we cannot live without hope. Local leaders showed up in force at Glasgow to show how they are making global goals local. And we know that local governments are at the front lines of climate emergency. But what is important, and it was just touched during this COP, and we truly believe that at least next year it needs to be much more forceful, how climate mitigation and climate resilience must be advanced simultaneously and on equal footing. So working through an urban resilience building lens, help cities address solutions that don't have to do only with mitigation, but actually creating a safer environment for their communities.
I have a question for Ilaria, because Milan is one of the sharing cities, lighthouse cities, seeking to implement smart city policies. What innovations and projects has Milan undertaken?
Well, the city of Milan is working hardly on the process of the environmental transition. The first innovation I would like to underline is the creation of a real department, dedicated to the process of the environmental transition. The municipality of Milan wasn't used to have a department in this sense, a department dedicated to this. The municipality decided to create this department 3 years ago in order to underline the commitment of the city of Milan towards this challenge. And of course, the Environmental Transition Department is in charge of developing and implementing different typology of projects related to the challenge, environmental and climate change challenges. Just to mention one above all, of course, the urban forestation plan. So we are in charge of developing the urban forestation plan, the aim to plant 3 million of trees within the metropolitan city of Milan.
Very interesting, Julia. Ms. Lopez Ventura, C40 Cities revealed a plan this September for coal-free cities. What steps does this outline in such a transformational transition?
Yes, you're right. We launched a new political declaration on renewable energy on the pathway to COP26 with the hope to push for greater ambition in Glasgow. Unfortunately, COP26 has only delivered incremental progress when we know that the science is clearly demanding big breakthroughs. So this is what we're doing with this type of declarations. In this concretely, we are asking mayors, and 15 of our member cities' mayors have already endorsed this declaration, amongst other things, to phase out the use of fossil fuels. But this commitment is not only about phasing out coal, as you said, which is very important, but also about creating healthier communities, improving air quality, create decent jobs, and also also protecting the most vulnerable communities. These types of commitments are very important in the framework of a vision, and this is what we are demanding, and we are showing that mayors have this vision to transform their cities that hopefully can inspire the next Glasgows to come.
Indeed. Let's head back to Milan, because the question is, how does housing and its planning help make cities more resilient, Ms. Giuliani?
First of all, I think that resilience is above all a matter of accessibility, a matter of reducing inequalities, a matter of offering services and opportunities to everybody. So I think housing is one of our first challenge, of course. We are trying to work simultaneously at the same time on accessibility to housing, improvement of the housing condition, improvement of the energy condition, energy efficiency of all our housing stocks, and at the same time on housing located in the neighborhood. So we are trying to work on the framework of the city of 15 minutes city. So trying to have services, green areas, and all what citizen needs starting from their housing stock. So of course there are as well some potential risk on this, working on this topic. Once above all, the climate gentrification. So if we are working hardly on improvement of the housing condition and on the improving of the neighborhood, of course, we need to take into consideration as well which are the impacts of this.
Do you have anything to add, Ms. Leku?
A lot of member cities that are working on housing and building resilience within their housing stock. But also what is interesting is to see the neighborhood scale. And for example, Rotterdam is building the first resilient district, and they are taking advantage of the investments and the massive investments that are happening around energy retrofitting of these housing compounds in order to build social cohesion and create economic opportunities. Miami is also retrofitting their housing stock while at the same time creating a whole program for their neighborhoods and their citizens through resilience hubs. So I think what is important is how we couple, again, investment that is going towards energy retrofitting with programs that have multiple benefits.
In your opinion, Ms. Liakou, how is the Resilient Cities Network aiding the European Union with its Net Zero Cities program?
So we're working with more than 30 European partners under the Net Zero Cities program to help the European Commission implement its mission around having 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. We are supporting the cities with technical assistance and advice and partnerships and solutions in order again to become the hubs and the pioneers into creating a climate neutral continent by 2050.
Julia, regional coordination and diplomacy with cities can have a big influence in such supranational actors as the United Nations or the European Commission. The question is, how can such city diplomacy affect current climate policies?
I would like to start by saying that cities have a clear role when it comes to climate change fight, as they generate a little bit more than 70% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. So working with cities is crucial, and yet they don't have a clear role at the UN. They don't have a seat at the table, and this is not acceptable. For instance, the group that I work with, C40 Cities, that you have mentioned, we work with 97 cities that represent 700 million inhabitants and 25% of the global GDP. Imagine the incredible power that they can have to influence policies or shift markets. Just to put you an example, imagine if all these cities together decided to only procure zero-emission buses, electric buses from next year. What a powerful statement would that be, no? So this is what we are doing with our member cities, and this is the power of cities.
Wow. Ms. Liakou, anything to add to that?
The only thing that I want to add is that we've come a long way, and this was not the case 10 years ago. So at this point, the cities are part of the table at least. We want to see more, and that's the role of networks as C40 and Resilient Cities Network. This is the role of, for example, having the European Commission's mission on cities specifically has been a big win. So again, I think we've come a long way. There is still work to do, but we are happy that cities are at the front line at this point.
Miss Giuliani, can you please expand on how forests or how urban forests make cities more resilient?
Sure. So I was mentioning this program before. The city of Milan, since 2019, has a big urban forestation plan. Actually, not only for the city of Milan, but for the whole metropolitan city. The aim is to plant 3 million of trees by 2030, 1 tree for each inhabitant of the metropolitan city. So, of course, there are benefits, multiple benefits for absorbing CO2, of course, the risk related to flooding. And we developed the plan starting from 2 basic stresses the city of Milan is facing every day, which is the increasing of the temperature, of course, and the hydrological risk and the flooding risk. So we are trying to solve these 2 big risks for the city by planting trees, by implementing nature-based solution projects. And of course, this is as well a challenge at the governance scale, because there's the need to cooperate with between the city of Milan, the Lombardy region, and the metropolitan city, the province of Milan. So the aim, again, is to create a big strategic metropolitan green area all around the metropolitan city of Milan. So there's the need as well to work on the governance level.
And I have one more question. How can climate policies help us relaunch our post-pandemic economies?
That's a great question. And in fact, let's go back to the EU and the mission that Lina was mentioning, where the supranational institutions are hearing what the cities are saying, but cities need money to implement it. And when it comes to the recovery funds like the Next Generation EU, they need to access this in order to implement the projects and policies that will help us build back better. And in fact, I wanted to take the last sentence that I'm sure you will allow me to talk about a new research that we have launched at C40 in the United States and Italy about how well positioned they are, these pilot countries and others must be as well, leveraging these recovery funds. And we found out that through direct access to these recovery funds, they could help create nearly 38 million good quality green jobs in the US and over 1.1 million in Italy, and also contribute significantly to meeting national climate targets.
Wow, so thank you very much. Giulia, Lina, Ilaria, it's been a real pleasure having you here at Smart City World Congress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's time to connect again with our reporter Natalie Donbach, who is together with a very special guest, Ana Paulo Matos. She's the mayor of Salvador do Bahia in Brazil. Welcome to Smart City.
Thanks, Jamie. And yes, indeed, we've got Vice Mayor Matos here with us in this little speaker corner. We're very excited to have you here, so welcome. And the first question was really to get to know your city a little bit better. If you could tell us more about how is Salvador de Bahia building sustainable alternatives for your citizens to address both social and environmental equity.
I'm glad to be here. I'm honored. I need to start saying that Salvador is a city full of hills, of 400 risk areas, and on top of a geological fault. We are historically marked by social vulnerability. So it's so important to us make ways to do a better city for our citizens living. We are working, but 80% of our resources and international funds in the poor areas and risk areas, making a better city. So we are doing hand-to-hand with our communities, our citizens, ways that put out food security or to making food security, fighting inequality, income inequality, and in fact, we are putting our resources in slums areas, in poor areas, constructing urban requalification, urban resilience, to making access to water, and it makes us jumping 12 positions in our education national ranking, and in basic health access, jumping from 18% to 62% to access health basic services. So we are doing our better for the people that needs more. It is social equality and just climate to us.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that overview. And the next question was really about how digital tools and smart city programs can help retain the population. And if you could speak a little bit about how you're deploying these types of solutions in Salvador de Bahia.
We are investing in creative economy. It's important to say that our city have beautiful. It's a beautiful country, so we have a rapid people, and our economy is based on service, especially tourism. So we are investing in creative economy, health, and tech to make us a smart city. But to us, a smart city is more than a concept; it's more than technology. It's a way to be people more happy. People have more access to services, and it's how to empower citizens too. So we are working to put technology like slope stabilization, to do one system, observatory system, to combat climate risks. But in fact, it's how to put our population with social justice.
Wonderful, thank you. And what should really be the role of local government when it comes to strengthening participation and transparency to reduce social inequality?
To us, community engagement is a value. So we have many programs that look for community engagement. Programs like NUPDEC. It's on combat climate risks that identifies local leaders in the communities, in the neighborhoods, with more subjected to landslides and floods, to put her lives safe. So we identify local leaders, we train them, and they make defensive volunteers. It's an example. Another example, we choose where put our resources. It's in education, in a new school, in a new hospital, hearing the people. In a program named Ouvindo Nosso Bairro, Hear Our Neighborhood. It's two examples, and we are doing other things, like making a municipal sanitation and a combat action plan with the population. So, repeat, making empowerment citizens is a value to us. It's so important. It's what we are looking for.
Great, thank you. And just one question to get the pulse on the event here. What is a city like Salvador de Bahia doing at the Smart City Expo? What are you hoping to get out of the Congress?
We are here to invite the community to make our work together. We know that all the worlds are committed in signing protocols in high level. COP26, Paris Agreement, but it isn't in fact constructed with the community, with the simple people. So we want to claim everybody, inviting everybody to do another step. We have to work and dream together. We are in a high level and strategic level discussions, agreements. But please, we have to do one step away, one more step to do it in a tactical level. So our students, your teachers, a Brazilian student, one Indian teacher, one Chinese expert have to work together, thinking the local problems and global problems. It not matters if you are a local leader, a global leader, or social activists, you are from the public sectors or private sectors or the academics. The only thing that imports that while we are talking, people are dying. So we have to do something. And I'm here to ask everybody to working together, because I'm certain if we discover the way to do it with the community, hand in hand, the problem will solve it.
Thank you very much, and I think that's a very, very powerful way to end this interview. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Sorry about my English. I tried my best.
No, it was great. So thank you very much. And with that, we'll hand it over back to Jamie in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matos. You have a perfect English. Don't worry about that. Natalie, don't move anywhere because we're coming back to you very soon with another special guest. The advent of technology can bring great benefits and challenges. Because of its overwhelming novelty, it can be hard to navigate the potential impacts of such new innovations. We thankfully have one of the best minds on the subject with us today, Ms. Francesca Bria. He's an honorary professor at the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose at UCL. He's a member of the European Commission's new European Bauhaus High-Level Roundtable and a participant in the high-level expert group on ESIR. She's also a leader of a Decode project on data sovereignty in Europe, a UN Habitat Senior Advisor on digital cities and digital rights, and was the CTO of Barcelona. With such an impressive resume, I'm so jealous that Natalie gets to talk with her. They are currently in the speaker's room. Ms. Francesca Bria, welcome to Smart City.
Hello, hi.
Thanks so
much.
Great
to be here.
Yeah, great to have you here. So Ms. Bria, we're super excited to have you here and to get some of your insights on this topic. And first of all, what I wanted to ask was really, back in 2017, The Economist published this article with the title, "The World's Most Valuable Resource is No Longer Oil, but Data." But somehow, it's still, the big tech giants like Amazon and Apple profiting from this personal data. And the benefits are not really trickling down to ordinary citizens. So how can this be reversed given that data is such a valuable resource?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Congresses like this one should put really public value out of data at the very center of the digital agenda. And I think cities are the place, first of all, to show to citizens that data is something concrete, that is not only about technology, but that if you leverage the power of collective data, you can tackle the social environmental challenges that you're facing in the city. You can reduce CO2 emission, you can better manage even waste in the city, electricity consumption, you can monitor what's going on in real time, and you can take more informed and better decisions, even involving in a democratic way citizens. So data, I don't think is just an asset. Data is really the raw material of the digital economy, but it should be perceived as a public good. So it should be in the hands of the citizens that produce this data, and it should be also opened up, of course, preserving privacy, security, and ethics by design. In this respect, Europe is very strong with the GDPR, with our regulation that protects citizen fundamental rights, but then data can be opened up and see as a meta-utility in the city, and startups, innovators, companies, citizens themselves, data journalists can use this data to create public value, to create new artificial intelligence-driven services that are going to transform the city. So we need to unleash the power of data for the people and to transform our cities, so it cannot be controlled and monetized by an oligopoly of big tech companies.
Great, thank you for that. And I think we actually only have time for one more question. I know we have a really busy program, but we wanted to ask about your time as Barcelona CIO there. And I know you worked hard to align the use of data and technology with greater transparency and democracy for citizens. Yeah. So kind of quickly, what were some of the main lessons learned from those projects that you can share with other cities being here?
So first of all, we started from participatory democracy, large scale, involving citizens in decision making, and we managed to put forward a hybrid model of participatory democracy that uses online platform. It's called Decidi in Barcelona. It was built here in Barcelona and it's scaled to 80 cities and 20 countries. It is now used by the European Parliament as a main participatory democracy platform of Europe. And then hybrid form of engaging citizens in the street. And we took communities on board to decarbonize and to make the city better for everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Priya. It was a great way to end. Thank you so much for joining us. And back to you, Jamie.
It's been amazing listening to you, Ms. Priya. Thank you very much for your time. And next up, we connect with the Smart Port set, where our colleagues Ainhoa and David are with the Innovation and Strategies Director of the Barcelona Pier, Emma Cobos.
Well, that was certainly a very interesting take on improving the traffic flow in the Hamburg port. Thank you, Jens Maya and the Hamburg port. And by the way, also thank you to those of you who are on the other side of the screen. Thank you for joining us. Yesterday, almost 2,000 unique viewers. Yeah. And at the moment, more than 400 unique viewers, people connected. And that is... wow.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
Thank you so much. We have two hashtags, you know, hashtag SmartPortsBCN and hashtag SmartPortsTV. And as you know, right now the Smart Port is being broadcasted live through the Smart City Expo World Congress platform. I want to remind you that this year we are a global partner of the most important event dedicated to smart cities. The Smart City Expo World Congress is celebrating not far from here its 10th edition, and we would like to send a very cordial greeting to the team that makes this important event possible. So congratulations. And now we would like to invite on our set the Director of Innovation and Business Strategy of the Port of Barcelona, Miss Emma Cobos. Emma, good morning, bon dia.
Good morning.
Hello, Emma. Nice to have you here. Gracias
Good morning. Good morning,
Encantats a Barcelona. We're very, very happy to be here back again in Barcelona. Thank you so much, Emma. We have some questions for you. Like the first one, we would like to know, what can you highlight the most important thing of this third edition of Smart Ports?
Well, first of all, let me say this third edition has been a thrill because it's almost a miracle. We were able to bring such important speakers in person to Barcelona City during the Smart City Expo World Congress, the Tomorrow Mobility, as well as Smart Ports event. So we are so happy they were able to come here and join us to be able to discuss face-to-face about business, about ports and port communities. Maybe the spirit of this third edition, I think it's on ports and cities collaboration. Actually, we just saw now this amazing project by the Port of Hamburg, the Mozart project presented by Jens Maya, the CEO of the Port of Hamburg, and where we can see the optimization of traffic flows. And it's a very nice project because we can see how a very hedge innovative project in a port can be applied to a city. So this is the kind of collaboration we're looking for. We also have another, yesterday we saw another project on energy communities, which takes advantage of the solar energy here in Barcelona at the port to create a very smart grid and to be really a generator of clean energy. That's also a project that will be replicated throughout the city. So this is the spirit of this third edition, this amazing collaboration.
Cooperation, collaboration, all together and face-to-face, no more than 30 participants. So congratulations for that and thank you, Ma.
Thank you, Noah.
Tell us about some of the other projects, the other innovations that the Port of Barcelona is developing.
Our aim right now, main goal, is to be the smartest logistics hub in the Mediterranean. To do that, we need to keep on working hard on the traditional sectors, port operations, port construction, logistics, leisure, and tourism, like we've done all our lives. But now we need to also focus on emerging sectors like energy transition, or e-mobility or robotics. So to do that, we have this amazing project. It's called the Blue District, and it is about bringing blue economy and blue innovation into the port with research centers, educational centers, training, and also inviting private companies to be in the center of the blue innovation in Barcelona.
Really, really interesting. I look forward to seeing maybe next year how the blue innovation is working in Barcelona. And can you tell us what we've got to look forward to perhaps in 2022?
Well, in 2022, we're looking forward to a 100% hybrid event because, of course, we've learned during these 2 last years that live streaming is a powerful tool to reach a lot of audience, a lot of people interested in port communities, and it's been a boost for our Smart Ports TV platform, which works and is available 24/7. But we cannot give up the thrill of face-to-face business. We have to be very realistic because it's very important for the port community to gather, to discuss, and to be in person here in Barcelona. So count on a 100% hybrid event.
Indeed, it's been quite a journey we've been on with virtual events over the last couple of years, but it's good to get face-to-face contact and collaboration going once again.
It is. So we will have next year that 100%, we hope to have a 100% hybrid event. And will Barcelona still be the epicenter of smart ports, Emma?
Well, a very good question, Ainhoa. I think Barcelona really has a lot of assets to be the epicenter of a smart ports or smart city or tomorrow mobility. Our alliance with all these very innovative ports is very strong, and I think they still trust on us for Barcelona to be the epicenter for 2022. Yes.
We hope so.
Yes, we hope so.
That would be so nice. Enhorabona per tot.
Gràcies.
Gràcies, de veritat. Congratulations for everything, for this 2-day event. Right now, more than 400 people, unique viewers on live. Yesterday, almost 2,000 unique viewers. So, congratulations. Gràcies, de veritat, Emma. Ha sigut un plaer. Thank you so much.
Gràcies.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Emma.
Take care.
Thank you very much. What a great conclusion to Smart Ports Spears of the Future 2021. It's time to go on a break, but before, I want you to know how the preparations for the Small Smart City Awards are going, but I want to connect with Paula first, who is in the Expo area, and you are in a very special stand in front of that stand, aren't you, Paula?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm in the middle of the forest. No, I'm just kidding. I'm here at the Ixoriguer stand with Adrián Martínez, and he's going to explain us what this new device consists of.
Yeah, hi. In Ixoriguer, we've developed a cattle management solution in order to improve the quality life of farmers and improve its profitability of the exploitations. The device is able to collect data from the motion activity of the animal and geolocation, for sure. It allows farmers to know where they are and where and how they are. We collect health status information and also reproductive statistics in order to compare the behavior between cows, bulls, and other kind of species.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Really a very interesting project and a sure help for the field and farming. Well, I'm going to head now to the auditorium to check up on those Smart City Awards, and I'll tell you in the evening what's going on about that.
Thank you very much, Paula. For those watching at home, don't forget you can also use the chat on the Tomorrow City platform. and just check and we'll tell you all about the awards and the prize winners. We have reached the end of the morning broadcast. I hope you enjoyed it, and this afternoon there will be much more to talk about. Meanwhile, you can stay connected to the 3 amazing side events hosted by Expo, Metropolis and Habit. And of course, you can also tune to Channel 3 to watch the World Smart City Awards 2021 ceremony. Don't miss it, and we'll be back at 4:30 Central European Time. Thank you for tuning in. See you later.
Cities need to embrace a growing number of alternatives to keep their air clean. Changes in urban mobility anticipate profound transformations in traditional motorization. Future main modes of travel include a wide range of alternatives such as cycling and walking, biking and car sharing, multimodal travel options, as well as electrical vehicles. People's choices in mobility, technology, and travel frame their willingness to adopt new and more sustainable forms of transportation. Identifying the most accurate and meaningful data is becoming an increasing challenge for policymakers who are faced with the overwhelming mass of information available today. Cities around the world are planning infrastructure-oriented transportation policies with softer, targeted interventions aimed at changing the mobility practices of a diverse group of users. Join us for the ultimate worldwide event to understand user behavior and state-of-the-art transportation policies seeking to accelerate sustainable and intelligent urban mobility.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
Hi. Yeah.
Hello, Eduardo. How are you? Hello, everyone.
Hi there.
Okay, so we have around 15 minutes. Let's wait for the others.
Paolo, can I just practice sharing my screen?
Yeah, yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Do you have a presentation, right? Or is
Yes.
Okay, nice.
How about
Perfect.
that?
We can see it.
Great,
Perfect.
thank you.
You're welcome. We are gonna do this previous test as well to check everything. Let's wait for the others. Eduardo, are you there? Jerónimo. Okay, nice to meet you. Yeah. Do you have the final running order template, la escaleta? Ok, la vamos a revisar ahora, ¿no? Entiendo, cuando estén el resto de los ponentes. ¿O lo tienes claro? Ujú. Eso no hay vídeos. There is no videos. Vale. ¿Y necesitas que ellos compartan su pantalla en todo momento o solo en el momento en el que... Ok, vale, perfecto, entendido, gracias.
Sí. Las details.
Okay, so to get started, maybe we can try the microphone of each of you. If you can start, Mr. Magnus, please.
Sure. Do you hear me fine?
Yeah, perfectly. The lighting, I think, is you are against the light. Can you maybe switch the computer or?
I can switch my lamp off, yeah.
Okay, thank you really much.
A bit dark, no?
Yeah. Are you using a filter, right? Well.
Yeah, I am.
Or you can get closer to the camera. Maybe that will help. Okay, yeah.
Better?
Yeah, better. Thank you.
Great.
Are you using a presentation, Mr. Wellingren?
Yeah, I've got the PowerPoint file. Would you like me to try and share it as well?
Please do, yeah. Jerónimo, Magnus usa presentación.
Is that good enough?
Yeah,
you can see it? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you will have to share it whenever you are presenting, okay? Not all the time, only when you present.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you really much. Let's go with Rian Hayward. Sorry for the pronunciation.
No, that's great. Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. I hear you really well. And she also have a presentation, okay, Jerónimo?
I do. I'll try it. I'll try it again because you can never have too much practice. Okay.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Then Mr. Suzuki.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Suzuki.
Perfect.
Yes. Okay.
We can hear you really well. Thank you.
Okay.
You also had a presentation, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let me share. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Klaus, whenever you want.
Yeah, so can you hear me? Good morning.
Yeah, perfectly.
We just have a presentation.
Okay. Okay.
Work.
Perfectly. Thank you. Yeah, okay, you closed the door already. Perfect. Anna, you are not using presentation, right? Or
Yes, Nuria will share the presentation for us, for Jordi Aguasca, for myself, and for Jesus.
okay, is Nuria connected already, or
Yes.
she's getting?
Nuria es conectada. Ah, wait a moment.
Okay, perfect. So Nuria will share your presentation, and who else? Sorry, the Jordi presentation as well.
Hola, buenos días.
Hola, buenos días. ¿Nos escuchas?
¿Escucháis?
Sí.
Sí,
¿Qué
yo
tal,
te
Susana?
escucho.
Un placer.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Encantada, ¿cómo estáis?
Muy bien, gracias. ¿Estás usando auriculares o estás con el altavoz del ordenador?
Auriculares.
Vale,
¿Escucháis?
¿podrías
Es que
hablar?
estoy en un
Así.
hotel. Sí.
Ok. No sé si puedes acercarte un micro. ¿Cómo la escuchas tú, Jerónimo? Yo la escucho un poco bajo.
Música. voy a preguntar a ver si lo pueden apagar, ¿vale? Vale, gracias.
Okay, we go with Jonah, please, whenever you want.
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah,
Perfect.
all right.
Thank you.
You want me to share my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Paolo, ¿puedes aceptar a Nuria?
Thank you. Yes, the host is Jerónimo. Okay.
It's good?
Yeah, thank you, Jonah.
Okay.
And I think I'm not missing anyone else. Nuria, can you please talk a bit of it? And Jesus as well.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. Please, the persons who are in the same room, be aware to turn off the microphone when the other is talking, okay? This is really important. Otherwise, we will be hearing an echo. I don't know if you have any questions. We will review now the dynamic of the...
I'm sharing the presentation.
Okay, we are seeing it.
And is Ricardo here?
Contesta la Patricia Mafalda.
I don't see any Ricardo.
Paulo, good morning. It's Jordi Aguasca. Just to know if you hear me well and you see me well, because I'm backlighting and I have a big problem with the image.
It's perfect, Jordi. Everything, the noise and the background.
Okay, fantastic. I mute.
Okay. So now I'm gonna share my screen so Jerónimo and we all can see the dynamic of the session. To review, first is gonna talk Jordi for a few minutes, then Ana, then Jesus, then Ricardo. It's like this. You have this version, right, Jerónimo? Because there was an old version, and the new one, Jesus interacts in the middle 2 times here. Okay? I think the name is final version. It's on Dropbox. And then at the end, this Q&A, I don't know if at the end it's going to be a Slido. It's going to be the Slido, or you just are going to ask questions to the...
Without a Slido, just
Slido.
Q and answers. And
Perfect.
Ricardo, I think is not here, so we will skip his presentation. Okay, Jesus?
Okay, perfect. So everything ready? We still have 8 minutes, 7 minutes.
I'm sorry, but I missed the explanation. I just went to ask for the music to turn off. It now seems to be better, I think, but I don't know if I missed something important.
No. We were just reviewing the dynamic. You know, you talk after Ricardo, right, Susana?
Ricardo, okay.
Yeah. I think, well, each person have to give the word to the other.
Yes.
So Jerónimo can know where to focus. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No problem. And we also needed to check Sonja.
Hi, yeah, but it will be Klaus who will present in Gerhard. Hi, everyone. So no need to check with me, I guess.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it okay?
Okay, so I'll be the whole session, without microphone and camera, of course. But if you have any doubts or something, you can always text me on the chat of Zoom. Please be aware to not text everyone because a pop-up can go in the middle of the session, okay? Please be aware to select me. And if no one has more question, I think we have 5 minutes. I'm going to look for the water. Yeah.
Just one last thing.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Shall we share our presentation from our computer?
Yes. You want to try it, Susana?
Okay, just with a share screen, I imagine.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's see.
Also, Susan, if the speaker, if the first speaker doesn't arrive on time, I think that you will be the first speaker.
Okay.
Y Jordi Aguasca también. Sí, la quito. Vale, perfecto. ¿Cuándo hablan? Vale, ¿comparto ya o me espero? Vale, perfecto. Genial, vale.
Susana, ¿querías intentar compartir la pantalla o lo tienes claro? Si quieres probamos.
Me parece bien.
Tenemos
Sí,
tiempo,
sí,
sí.
sí. Vale, pues perfecto. Voy a compartir mi pantalla.
Perfecto.
Entonces me iría
El sonido sí
aquí
se
a
te
la
escucha mejor, pero se
presentación.
te ve, tienes mucha luz, se te ve muy blanco. No sé si puedes girar la
Ah,
cámara un poco. O estás...
puedo cambiarme de sitio. Puedo ponerme
Si
del
no es
otro
mucho
lado.
problema,
A ver,
mejor.
la pantalla Vale, la pantalla se ve ahora.
Sí, perfecto.
Se ve, o sea, le daría visión pantalla y saldría. Bien, ¿verdad?
Perfecto, ya está. Muchas gracias.
Perfecto. Muy bien, para dejar de compartir pantalla, dejar de tener compartición, ya está, perfecto. Voy a cambiar de lado a ver si así mejora.
Muy bien, gracias. Bueno, eso es todo por mí. That's everything from my side. Jerónimo, your call. Perfect.
I think now it's too dark, I imagine.
For me, it's better. Yeah, you seem better.
It's better like this?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Paulo, sorry, who will advise to me I'm on air?
Jerónimo will.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you'll see, correct me.
Perfecto. Muy bien. Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this workshop where you will have the opportunity to get a first-hand look at some of the latest innovation procurement demands. Thank you very much for joining us, and it's a pleasure to be here today. I'm Jordi Huasca, Director of the Tech Transformation and Disruption Unit at Expo, the agency for business. Me he hecho 10 segundos. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this workshop where you will have the opportunity to get a first-hand look at some of the latest innovation procurement demands. I'm Jordi Huasca, Director of the Tech Transformation and Disruption Unit at Expo, the agency for business competitiveness of the Government of Catalonia. For those who haven't heard of Expo before, let me briefly introduce who we are and what we are doing around the public procurement of innovation. Expo leads all about the foreign investment and business competitiveness. It means innovation and internationalization policies, trade, and funding of Catalan companies and startups. With more than 35 years of experience and a global network of 40 offices around the world, we already can assure we have a consolidated career. We knew to lead the challenges of quality and innovation for companies in the 90s. We were an active player to create and consolidate the current Catalan Startup Hub, and now we assume the challenge of leading the business transformation towards digitalization and sustainability according to the guidelines of the European Commission. That being said, let me explain what we are doing in innovation procurement. As you know, innovation procurement is used when public bodies procure R&D services from innovative suppliers who develop new solutions to solve the challenge. We believe that it is a strategic public instrument because it's both an opportunity for public entities to improve their services to citizens, and at the same time, it promotes innovation in the market. For companies, it's an excellent way to develop new products and services with the support of a public customer. This is the reason why we suggest that innovative companies present their offers to these tenders. If you are interested in knowing which opportunities are open, you can scan this QR code and visit our Catalan Open Challenge platform. You will be able to browse the marketplace and you will find there all the opportunities that we identify. We use this platform as an open innovation observatory. Our offices around the world are an instrument to connect companies to these opportunities. They actively monitor these tenders at a national and international level, and we publish them on our website. We update it every week. If you click on the opportunity, you will find more information about the buyer's consortium, the project description, the budget of the tender, and the link to submit an application. If there is a company interested in an opportunity, we can assess them on the best way to approach the tender, and we help them find the right partners, so you can present stronger proposals. That's all from my side. This is Expo, and that's how we work to close the public procurement innovation to Catalan companies. I hope you find today's workshop inspiring. Thank you for being here, and enjoy very much.
Thanks, Jordi. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ana Monistral. I work at Expo headquarters in Barcelona, and I'm in charge of the Public Procurement of Innovation program. I will be glad to present you the agenda for today. First of all, we will have 7 presentations, or 6, of international public bodies that are looking for innovative solutions to their challenges. I would like to thank all of our speakers for joining us today and presenting their future projects, market consultations, and open tenders. We have divided them into 3 different sections, depending on the sector: Smart Cities Sector Block 1, Smart City Sector Block 2, and Health Sector Block 3. Before we start with the presentations, I would like to mention that Expo is a hub of the European Commission Enterprise Europe Network in Catalonia. We are permanently connected with the many hubs that this network has around Europe, which is really useful to help companies or public bodies grow internationally and also to make contacts in public entities from all over the world. I also wanted to mention that we have organized a brokerage event with pre-arranged 20-minute meetings where solution providers and public entities can discuss project setups and collaborations. This year, there are more than 800 registered participants and more than 600 meetings scheduled. My co-host, Jesus, will now present the catalog of this year.
Thank you, Ana. And good morning, everyone. I'm Jesus Buenafuente, Innovation Consultant at the London office of Catalonia Trade and Investment, one of the 40 offices that we have around the world, from where we scout opportunities like the ones that you will get to know today. This year's catalog includes 14 opportunities, and we are going to hear from 7 of them now. They come from Portugal, Spain, Japan, the UK, the Netherlands, Sweden, and Germany. There are early demand projects which may end in a public procurement of innovation in 1, 2, or 3 years. There are also projects under market consultation where innovation suppliers can exchange information with future buyers. And there are projects that will be open soon or already open tenders for which companies can already present their offer. If you have any questions during the session today, please feel free to use the Q&A section you can see below on your screen. We will leave a time slot of a few minutes at the end of the session in order to answer these questions. So now let's go with the first block of speakers with demands related to the smart city sector. Our next 3 speakers will be Ricardo Silva, Head of Procurement Division of the Porto Municipality from Portugal, Susana de la Fuente, Cybersecurity Industry Manager at the Spanish National Cybersecurity Institute, Hiroyuki Suzuki, a robotics researcher at the Advanced Telecommunications Research Institute International from Japan. So, Ricardo, the floor is yours. You can go on with your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning to you all. I'm Patricia. I'm sorry, but we are having a little bit of problems here, so Ricardo won't be able to present, so you'll have to be stuck with me. We have a problem. We want that our procurement to be more effective, and for that we need artificial intelligence. We don't have right now the solution, we just have the problem. We need artificial intelligence to look at what is in the market and tell us what to procure better. We wanted to, when we have proposals, to check if the proposals have what we need, if they have all the documents we ask, and if inside the documents they actually are answering to our calls. But we also want in an analytical way. We wanted to look at our procurers, to our colleagues that are working, and say, okay, so I can give this procedure to that person because she or he can still handle it because of all the historical data that I have about that particular person and this kind of tender. And we wanted to give past or afterwards analytical data. Were there periods of times when we were less capable to respond? Are there periods of time that I already am thinking that I'm going to have problems because it's near Christmas or because it's near the holidays during the summertime? So this is what we are expecting that the market give us. And so far we haven't yet had it. We need to increase our efficiency, and we also need to talk to our own procurement electronic platform in a cloud-based manner, of course, because of the data protection. We cannot give it total access. We need to be more efficient and more effective, and we need it as soon as possible. We need answers from the market, and we decided to come to you and ask us for that help. Thank you. That will be all.
Thank you so much, Patricia. So our next speaker will be Susana de la Fuente.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me on this online event. I'm not sure if the presentation is, can you see the presentation? Yes. Can you see my screen? Okay, sorry. Okay, so let's start again. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me in this online event. First of all, I would like to introduce INCIBE. INCIBE is the Spanish National Cybersecurity Institute. We are the reference entity in Spain of cybersecurity for citizens, professionals, and companies. In July 2021, our Secretary of State, Mrs. Carmen Artigas, announced the biggest innovation procurement in cybersecurity in Europe, with estimated investment of around 224 million euros. This innovation procurement in cybersecurity follows two main goals. First, we would like to accelerate the digitalization process of Spanish companies in everything related to cybersecurity. And second, we also aim the development and competitiveness of the national cybersecurity industry. So today, I would like to share with the audience the work that we in INCIBE are conducting regarding innovation procurement in cybersecurity, the results of the PMC, and what next steps we are going to face in this process. This is the process of our innovation procurement. On the first part on the left, as I mentioned, on July the 1st, we published the preliminary market consultation. With this PMC, we wanted to listen to the market and learn about the innovation level of our cybersecurity industry. This PMC identified 7 different kinds of actions that are likely to be executed by innovation procurement. Innovative proposals in every of these 7 actions have been received from July the 1st to September the 6th. And we have received proposals, as you see here, from different stakeholders of the cybersecurity ecosystem, such as companies, research centers, universities, startups, etc. On the second part of the process, that's where we are right now. And then once we have been provided with all this information from the market, we are now in the process of analyzing every proposal in order to prepare the early demand map. And we plan to publish and present the early demand map before the end of 2021. And that conducts us to the third part. This third step will be to publish and open the public tenders in any of the instruments of the innovation procurement, PCP, PPI, or Partnership for Innovation. And public tenders will be published beginning in the first month of 2022. Well, after presenting the process, now I would like to briefly share with you the results of the preliminary market consultation. A total of 260 proposals have been received, covering the 7 actions. And as you may see on the table of the left side, the action solutions for SMEs and small projects have received the biggest number of proposals, with 67 and 55 each. And after them, the actions solutions for cybersecurity training and solutions for public sector and solutions for INCIBE have also received a remarkable amount of proposals, with 36, 29 and 29 each. And even the action for joint R&D programs and solutions for strategic sectors, which are of course more complex and difficult to prepare, have been supported by 23 and 21 actors. So the first message here would be that we are very happy and satisfied with the answer and support received by the market. So thanks. And regarding the kind of actor that has presented the proposal, I would like to highlight the variety of entities that have taken part in the preliminary market consultation. as you may see on the table at the right. And here also the message would be that the design of the innovation procurement is attractive and interesting for every kind of company, not only for the largest companies, but also for SMEs, micro enterprises, startups, university, etc. Let's talk now about the budget. Total budget for the 260 proposals amounts almost 900 million euros, which is the first column of the table, from which the public investment required amounts 735 million euros, the second column. So according to this information, there is demand enough to execute all the budget that INCIBE has estimated to invest in innovation procurement, which is, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, 224 million euros. Another message here is that private co-financing is offered in all actions, especially in R&D programs and SME solutions. Now I'd like to explain with some detail every of the 7 actions, just to let the audience know. Action 1 is joint R&D programs. With this action, INCIBE plans to launch ambitious R&D programs with large companies that show high traction potential. Solutions and technologies in this action will have a high strategic impact and will be initially on basic TRL 4 to 5, and we expect to make them evolve to TRL 6, 7, 8 at the end of the process. Action 2 is SME solutions for small and medium enterprises. Within this action, we will buy solutions that bring cybersecurity to large groups of SMEs. The process of the innovation procurement will cover three stages. First, development of the solution. Second, demonstration. And third, very important, deployment and effective operation of the solution in large groups of SMEs, in more than 5,000 SMEs, in order to test that it works in the real environment. Action 3 is strategic sectors solutions, and within this action, INCIBE plans to buy solutions that solve cybersecurity needs and problems of private companies belonging to some of the strategic areas identified in the NIS 2 directives, such as energy, transportation, finance, etc. Action 4 is solutions for public sector. And within this action, we are planning to buy innovative solutions that help public administration to improve their cybersecurity level. It is especially relevant to mention here the implication of the 3 levels of the public administration in Spain, which is national, regional, and local level. Action 5 is solutions for INCIBE. We would like to use the innovation procurement, of course, to improve our own cybersecurity infrastructure and equipment. And for this reason, there is a specific action where we will buy innovative solutions for INCIBE. The process of innovation procurement will cover, in this case, 2 stages. First, technological development, and second, demonstration and validation in real environment, which in this case would be, of course, INCIBE's infrastructures. And finally, action 7 is called small projects. Within this action, we are looking for innovative solutions developed by SMEs and technological startups. In this case, solutions may be directed to any of the fields described in previous actions, maybe public sector, SMEs, strategic sector, even INCIBE. And the relevant point here is that the solution is highly innovative, and the actor who presents the proposal is a startup or SME. I would like to finish my presentation today sharing what our next steps will be. We are now, as I mentioned before, analyzing the 260 proposals received to the preliminary market consultation. In this process, we may interview some of the actors that have participated in the process, and we are elaborating the early demand map. The early demand map will be validated by key actors, and together with the tenders calendar, we hope to present the EDM before the end of 2021 in order to start with the tenders from the first month of 2022. That's all for my part. I hope that this presentation has been interesting for you, and I invite you to follow our website and social media in order to be updated about the innovation procurement process of INCIBE. Thank you very much for your attention today.
Thank you. Thanks, Susana. It's been indeed very interesting. I will now pass on to the third and last speaker of this first block, Hiroyuki Suzuki. You can now share your screen.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your introduction. I'm Suzuki of ATL in Japan. So I'm Executive Vice President of ATL now. And now I'd like to explain global innovation ecosystem in Keihan Science City for a human-centric smart city. So a little bit about Keihan Science City. Keihan Science City is located in the western part of Japan, in the middle of Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka, Nara. And it looks like this left-hand side picture 30 years ago. And it has been developed constantly, and it looks like this in right-hand pictures. Now we have more than 150 R&D and R&D related organizations, such as universities and the governmental research institute and R&D centers of industries. And what is also important, you may find a lot of houses located near institutes. And a local resident living there is very cooperative or pilot testing. So if you come to Keihan Science City, you can work with them, and the local resident can act as a kind of subject for your POCs. So to construct a global innovation ecosystem in Keihan Science City, we started the first creating a global innovation collaboration network, as shown here. Now we are working with more than 600 organizations, including more than 200 overseas organizations in 23 countries. Core partners of ours are Israel, India, Canada, and New York City, and of course, Barcelona. We are working together a lot of events and activities with Barcelona and signed MOU with Barcelona Activa 4 years ago. So what we try to achieve is first create this type of a two-dimensional collaboration network with our core partners, acting Keihan Science City as a hub, and then try to connect these two-dimensional collaboration networks with Japanese market and Japanese tech society. To achieve this framework, we take two approaches. The first one is a solution-initiated approach, in which first we got the solution of startups in Japan and overseas and try to connect them with Japanese enterprises to solve the issue of the pains of Japanese enterprises. This approach is taken in our activities called KGA Plus. And the second approach is issue-driven approach, in which first we ask the issue of pains of Japanese enterprises and the hospitals, and try to create the best effort team to solve the issue affordably and quickly by using startup solutions in Japan and overseas. And this approach has been taken our platform called Cosign or Cosign Plus. Let me explain a bit about KGA Plus. This is, as I mentioned, the acceleration program in Keihan Science City. The last 3 months held twice a year in summer and winter, and now carried out totally online because of the spread of COVID-19. And we set the POC or the pilot testing with Japanese companies or hospital as a goal, and the selected startups can access to our global partners. And we start with the local challenges. For instance, we started, but yesterday, 6 local challenges are being held and selected normally around 15 startups for main programs. So main program lasts 3 months, as I mentioned. We started intensive hearing of their technology and their business model and what they want to do on the Japanese market. And in 3 months, we had a demo day in Kansai area to explore the outcomes they got. Up to now, we have finished batch 1 to 5 and totally accepted 63 startups from 9 countries, of course, including startups from Spain, Barcelona, and Madrid. And we have succeeded of matching of 52 startups out of 63 startups with Japanese enterprises. And some examples are shown here. You may find very familiar names of big companies in Japan, as well as small local companies. The matching rate is as high as 83%. And also, all the startups can obtain valuable insights on the Japanese market so that they can continue their journey on the Japanese market after our activities finished. So the other platform, what we call it Kosain, is first we start the issue of pain of Japanese companies, and we try to create a best effort team to solve the issue affordably and quickly. Sometimes we ask the global startups to give some solutions, and sometimes we ask Japanese academia to give the solutions. So during the year of 2018 and 2019, we carried out totally 11 projects as shown here, and some projects participated by the local residents as a subject. So we developed a little bit our platform Kosain, and now started as a Kosain Plus effective this fiscal year. What we have developed is you need sometimes money, financial support to carry out a POC, but our global partner in Canada and Israel can afford that. So we set the target areas of 3: smart city mobility, healthcare, agri-tech, and food tech. And we first ask the issues or pains of Japanese companies together with in-kind for POCs. And we send this information to our global partners. Luckily, 6 Japanese companies applied this platform, and 16 Canadian startups, SMEs, applied with solutions. So now we are making the matching. And from this month, we'll start the second and third target areas, I mean, healthcare, agri-tech, and food tech. So we will have a very big event in 4 years in Kansai area, in which Hanno Science City and ATL is located. And we are expecting a vital contribution in terms of R&D as well as POC with local residents. So if you have any interest in to explore the Japanese market, please let us know and work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Suzuki. Your Open Innovation Program is fascinating.
Okay, thank you.
Now let's move to the second block of open opportunities in the smart city sector. First, we will hear from Rhian Hayward, Chief Executive Officer of the Aberystwyth Innovation and Enterprise Campus in Wales. And after Rhian, we will have a presentation from Ilona Kemps, Project Lead of the Startup in Residence Program of Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Over to you, Rhian.
Thank you very much. I will share my screen now. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to speak to you today and be included in this session. Thank you for the invitation. There we are. So as Jesus says, my name's Rhian Hayward. I'm the CEO of our Innovation and Enterprise Campus here in Aberystwyth, which is on the west coast of Wales in the United Kingdom. Very sunny today. A rarity, perhaps. And the picture that you can see there really represents our region. And that's really the context of our challenge that I want to talk to you about today. So we're very fortunate that our pre-commercial procurement competition has been supported financially by the UK government and by Welsh Government as well. So we have both those organisations supporting this pilot project, which for us is a first opportunity to run this sort of competition in our part of the UK. So just as the context, as I mentioned, there's the United Kingdom, and Wales, of course, is in red on that map. And we represent the portion across the middle section of Wales, which we call Mid Wales, between north and south. It is a very rural location. And with that comes some public sector challenges that won't surprise you, are particular to rural populations and the challenges of living and working rurally. And so our pilot programme, the first in our series, very much focuses on advancing our environment here in Mid Wales. So this is the building I'm sitting in right now. It's brand new, and what we are hoping is that some of the solution providers that want to enter our competition will want to use some of our research and development assets here in Mid Wales, including Aber Innovation itself, as part of their feasibility projects that we are hoping to fund. Because we are expecting that some of the solution providers will be active in the areas of food and drink and biorefining and the circular economy. And we are endeavouring to be a place here in Mid Wales that has a great expertise in these areas. So to bring you into the centre of it, our public sector challenges have been brought to us by a group of stakeholders that have come together to help us with this competition. So our delivery partner is Innovation Strategy, who are experienced in running PCP competitions in Wales. But we've brought together across Mid Wales our county councils, so our local political leadership, with Welsh Government, and also the health board, so our national health boards that represent the two counties or the two regions in Mid Wales, so the Ceredigion and Powys health boards, to really understand what the public sector challenges are that are most pressing in Mid Wales. And this group of stakeholders will be with us throughout this challenge to help us select the very strongest solutions and to see those being mentored along their journey. So the objectives are, it's a new challenge-led programme. It's based on SBRI pre-commercial procurement. As I mentioned, it's to address the most urgent public sector and societal issues that we have in Mid Wales. We're looking for novel solutions for Mid Wales that require research and innovation. And there's an element to our PCP, which is a little different from others that have been run perhaps in the UK, which is that we're hoping to provide an element of addressing the skills gap with what we call a skills builder, which will run alongside our competition. And fundamentally, we are hoping to address some of the core areas of the key legislation for Wales, which is the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, with this competition. So this is really the heart of it. We are looking for innovative solutions to protect our environment and to support health in these three areas. This is what our first challenge is about. So reducing and reusing agricultural waste, carbon capture and offset, and circular sources of nutritious food. So this actually is my first opportunity to tell anybody about this challenge, because we're launching it this week and we're really, really looking for interesting ideas in these three areas to help us with our challenges here. So the procurement, as I mentioned, is pre-commercial procurement. The public sector have provided us with their challenges and they've highlighted their preferred outcomes. The solution providers themselves will retain all the intellectual property in their proposed solutions in order that they can scale those commercial solutions. And of course, the idea is that the public bodies might then be able to obtain those solutions if they're suited to their requirements. So we're inviting tenders for feasibility contracts. We're able to fund individual projects to 30,000 in UK pounds sterling, inclusive of taxes, so that solution providers can develop their ideas. The The challenge is open to all organisations, which is why I can speak to you today, and I'm very excited to see if anybody might come forward as a result of this platform to demonstrate a route, or anyone that can demonstrate a route to market for their solution. We can fund up to 15 projects. As I say, this is a pilot program for us, and we're hoping, if it's successful, that in the future we'll be able to roll it out at a bigger scale. Crucially, the projects must demonstrate benefits for us here in Mid Wales, and we would hope to use some of the innovation assets in Mid Wales, Aber Innovation being an example of that. So we're looking for successful projects to start after January the 24th and to conclude in April. So they're really 3-month feasibility projects that we can fund. And I mentioned Skills Builder. So this is an additional component that we're quite proud of. So what we're going to be asking solution providers to do is create a work placement opportunity for an individual to develop their skills and knowledge. So the solution providers will nominate one of their current employees who will act as a mentor for that individual. And that individual will then get the benefit of developing new skills in this short 3-month placement and build relationships with potentially a company who could then become their employer. And hopefully the solution providers will benefit from not only the additional resource of having somebody placed with them, but also improving skills and understanding how to employ new staff if they're an early stage enterprise. So here are the timings of it. So it's quite imminent that we're going to launch this challenge. There'll be a briefing event on the 1st of December, hosted, of course, virtually to allow everyone to participate. And the deadline for applications is December the 15th. And then you can see the rest of the timeline there on the slide for you. So just to conclude, you can find more information at the URL on the screen there for the Launchpad Mid Wales. I mentioned the briefing event on the 1st of December, and you'll be able to apply through the eTender Wales portal, which is a procurement portal, until 15th of December. And if there are any inquiries, there's an email address there as well for you to use. But I'll leave it there and hand back.
Thank you, Rian. Yeah, I'm sure that you will receive many interesting applications for these topics. I'm also glad that the timing for the launch of these challenges so good. Now we will hear from Ilona. You can share your screen now, Ilona.
Yes, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. All right, thank you. My name is Ilona Kempt. I work for the innovation team of the City of Amsterdam, and I'm project lead of Startup in Residence. We are part of a bigger program team, which is called Innovation Partners. And actually, every project we do, we use procurement as a tool for innovation. And Startup in Residence, it is a procurement process that makes it more easily accessible for small parties to join. And on the other hand, it's an incubation program where we want to boost the startup ecosystem. We started in 2015 in Amsterdam. At the moment, we have more than 20 programs in the Netherlands, and there are several regional collaborations between cities and other governmental organizations. So why did we start Startup in Residence? We see that there's little room for governments to become early adapters of technology. And therefore, there's also a gap between these innovative entrepreneurs and the city. And on the other hand, we see that entrepreneurs find it very difficult to find the right way within governments. And also they don't have time, they don't have money to participate in these really complicated municipal procurements. So how does it work? We are a 6-month incubation program where we give trainings and sessions with a focus on team, peer-to-peer leadership, but also how do you work with a big client. Civil servants bring in the key social challenges. So this is really the key of the whole program. Startups who are selected work on these challenges together with their civil servants, and they're running a pilot. And they get a mentor who is an external expert on circularity, sustainability, energy transition, anything that they really need. And I think the end goal is that we, as the city, really want to become their launching customer or any other form of long-term collaboration. And we can do this because we do a European tender upfront. I think the main value for startups is exposure to civil servants, access to the network of the city. It's an opportunity to test your concept. And what I said, the goal is that we want to become their launching customer. A little bit facts and figures. We've done 6 programs so far, and we're starting our 7th program in January. I think the most important part is that we've done 40 pilot contracts, and from the 40, 14 startups have a big follow-up contract. And these numbers are growing every year because last year is not in these figures yet. I think the most interesting part about our tender work is that we made it really easy, readable, and short. And the criteria we use to only select startups. So you can't be older than 6 years. You have to have an MVP, no more than 25 employed salaries. So like we're really focusing on this startup market. I think for the companies who are here now, at the moment we have 12 sustainability and circularity challenges online. We are using startupinresidence.amsterdam. So if you want to have a look, you can definitely see if there's an opportunity for you. But for now, I just wanted to highlight one of the challenges, which is around waste and waste in the city of Amsterdam. The way we collect waste in the city of Amsterdam in the center needs to change. So we're looking for solutions that can create a zero emission solution with a low impact on the public space. And I think the question is, why does it need to change? There are 5 big points. The first is that public space in the center of Amsterdam is really intensively used. We have a problem with our canal walls that are collapsing. The vehicles that are picking up the waste are very heavy, even the electric ones even more heavier. So we really need another solution for this. The second one is that the way we collect the waste is causing a lot of pollution because people can put their garbage outside and not into a garbage bin. So waste is all over the street. When it's raining, when the birds are coming, it's a mess. I think the third one is that the composition of commercial and household waste is actually quite similar, but legislation doesn't allow the same to be the same. So it's a distinctive 2-stream. And I think the 5th one is also, can we use another method of payment? So is there another way we can think about collecting this waste and people paying for their waste collection? So the assignment for the startups, we want to have a solution to coordinate the collection of waste, either on demand or door-to-door or otherwise, from households and companies in the city center. We want happy customers. We want a high presence of separate waste and a little residual waste as possible. At least possible mobility on the street related to waste collection using zero emission transport. And it should be traceable and transparent for all the stakeholders. I think the only criteria is that you have to be a startup, of course, but at least you have for the testing phase compatibility with and access by the current suppliers, a possibility to coordinate the logistic of the logistic partners, a possibility to connect to the existing interfaces, and of course it should be an open model, so it not should be linked to one waste operator, but it should incorporate all the different solutions we have at the moment. This is, of course, only one of the challenges that is online. So I really recommend to check out startupinresidence.amsterdam or our own website, startupinresidence.com. We made a manual. So if you're, as a city, interested in parts of the method, you can also find all the information there. And of course, we can connect later on. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ilona. That was really useful and brings us nicely onto our next topic, which is about opportunities in the health sector. I will be pleased to share the screen with Magnus Wollengren, project coordinator at Innovation Scania in Sweden, Sonja Müller, research and project manager at Empirica in Germany, and Klaus Pirsche, senior consultant also at Empirica in Germany. You can now start, Magnus. You can share your screen.
Thank you very much, Jesus. Here you go. Hello, everyone. My name is Magnus Wallengren, and thanks for having me here today. I work at Innovation Skåne, which is the innovation company of the regional public healthcare provider in Skåne, located in the very south of Sweden. I'm here to present our project Care Matrix, which is a Horizon 2020 funded project supporting the development of tomorrow's solutions in digital health. This is a project that we are coordinating. So let's talk about the challenge that we are addressing, or the unmet need that we're looking at this project. We're looking at enabling tools for people living with multimorbidity. This is a large patient group, as up to 95% of people older than 65 years old are affected. Patients with multimorbidity is defined as bearing 2 or more chronic conditions. And as populations get older, this group, of course, only gets larger, with more and more financial burden for care providers allocated to not only treatments, but also to the coordination of care, which very often are inefficient and little adapted for this patient group. As you can tell from this image, the challenge is a multifaceted one, but what we seek is technology solutions and tools that anticipate the changing needs of people with multimorbidity. Life for these patients is a complex one, involving several care contacts and activities or appointments for that matter. In Care Matrix, we are addressing the white spaces between silo-based single diagnosis treatment tracks and the white spaces occurring in caregiver transitions. Our common challenge is finding collaborative tools sharing relevant data across the patient care pathway. This could be for care managers, virtual teams, the patients themselves, and their informal caregivers. Inherently, this also involves a number of sub-challenges, such as stabilizing conditions from a holistic perspective for the individual patient, increased self-care capacity, and lossless caregiver transitions in providing a larger continuity of care for the patient. Addressing these, or being successful in addressing these, have actual real-life impacts for the patient and for the care provisioner. An increased continuity of care leads to a reduction in clinical and patient data errors, which improves quality of care. And most importantly, improved coordination of care means less time spent, for instance, visiting care facilities for the patient, which improves, as a result, quality of life, sorry. By its very nature, the way that this project is implemented is through a pre-commercial procurement process, and as such, based on attempting to take traditional procurement methodologies to the next level and opening up early dialogue between developers and the public buyer, acknowledging that the buyer might not at all times have a full and comprehensive understanding of the current state of the art, or perhaps even the details of their own unmet needs that are addressed. These are, as you all know here, well-established methodologies in European procurement law. For instance, as the European Commission defines the PCP concept in this image. A selection of solutions in well-defined phases, resulting in fewer and fewer solutions included in the development process, which can reach all the way from concept phase, all the way to mature solutions implemented by the public buyer. In our project, Care Matrix, the methodology goes from concept phase to prototype development and concludes with an evaluation of a few selected products in a clinical environment. Each phase awarding a number of companies financial returns and access to direct dialogue with the European buyers group. As for us, we are currently in preparation phase and expect to launch our first open call during the spring of 2022. Some basic fundamentals about our project. It started in March this year and will conclude by the end of 2024. We have a budget of 6 million euros, of which more than 4 million euros will be awarded to companies involved in the project. And during the process of the project, companies will engage with a buyers group from Swedish, Spanish, and Norwegian hospitals. We encourage all of you to visit our website, carematrix.eu, to learn more about the project and join our currently upcoming market dialogue events. The purpose of these events is not only for you to be able to learn more about the project purposes, but also for companies, on the other hand, to provide us with valuable insights on their situation, meaning current trends or challenges in the market, and so on. So please visit our website, or by all means, contact me for more information or questions.
Thank you very much, Magnus. It's been to learn more about Carematrix. Our next speakers will be Sonia and Klaus from Empirica.
Well, thank you, Kristen. And let me introduce you to the INCAHARD project. So INCAHARD is a project where 5 procurers from 5 European countries have teamed up in the Horizon 2020 PCP to jointly procure research and development services that deliver an ICT-enabled integrated care solution to effectively support management of a multidisciplinary care and support model for people living with chronic heart failure. Now, this project is running since February this year, and it will terminate in October 2024 with a project budget of 6.6 million, of which 4.6 million are there for the PCP, for the procurement. Now, who are we? So our lead procurer is the region Jämtland Härjedalen in Sweden, and we have the Ministry of Health of Turkey, region of Central Macedonia in Greece, the University Hospital in Napoli in Italy, and Santa Casa de Misericordia in Amadora, close to Lisbon in Portugal. We are supported by 3 companies, which is Empirica, TIC Biomed, IFIC, the International Foundation for Integrated Care, and we have an expert advisory board that supports the evaluation work. Now, why chronic heart failure? And I guess I'm telling you nothing new. So in Europe alone, 50 million people are living with chronic heart failure, and CHF is sort of 10 to up to 10% of the hospital death rates are caused by chronic heart failure, and the total costs for managing heart failure is up to $108 billion each year. So there is a need that that the procurers want to address. And the common challenges are firstly being that chronic heart failure care at the moment is pretty much fragmented, with little coordination and transitional care implemented in the procurer regions. So we have a need for a dynamic, personalized digital support tool, considering data collected from various sources. And procurers need timely access to PREMS and PROMs, so patient-reported experience and outcome measures. And up to now, the identification and treatment of comorbidities is suboptimal. And I think this is what Magnus was talking about as well. So then we have that the period after a patient is discharged from the hospital is quite a vulnerable time for patients, and mostly outcomes are unsatisfactory. And this sort of emphasizes the need for true patient and family care empowerment. So not only in the hospital setting, but an integrated care solution. The procurers identified 12 building blocks that are deemed critical for the success. I'm just presenting them quickly here. So all of this is based on the continuous management and seamless transitions of care, which is sort of collaboration, coordination tools, decision support tools that can be shared with a shared care plan, and of course, interoperability to allow data and information to follow the patient. And then we have 3 pillars, which is early detection and anticipatory care and follow-up, and living with heart failure. So each of them addressing different topics. And a solution that addresses these topics should have the key features that are depicted on this slide, starting with digital shared care plans with continuous management, MDT communication coordination tools, data dashboards, and so on. For the early detection part, there should be a comprehensive tool for result sharing and review so that you can share it with the doctor, with your informal carers. There should be some education tools and self-assessment tools in this pillar. Of course, for treatment and follow-up, we need a digital discharge pathway with sort of up-to-date SITRAPs, remote support, messaging, virtual visits, virtual assistance, if possible, the integration of wearables. And in the last pillar, we have the sort of heart failure at home key features and adherence feedback, the PREMS and PROMs that I talked about earlier, remote exercising and cardiac rehabilitation to sort of keep the patients active, and all of this integrated into a low-cost monitoring system. So our main users are, as we're an integrated care project, we don't only go with the patients who, of course, are the main target of this project, but we also include decision makers, health and care professionals, and family carers. And if you have attended the face-to-face meetings earlier this day at 10 a.m., you may know that there is that INCAHART is not the only PCP in this area. And we heard about TIC, and TIC is dealing with stage D, so the latest stage, chronic heart failure, whereas INCAHART is going from, as you see here on the screen, class 1 to class 3. So these projects complement each other quite well. This is a slide that basically Magnus presented already. So we are about to start our call for tenders in about 2 weeks. So then we have phase 1 that is running until August, and then phases 2 and 3. You see the budget here. And yes, I would be very happy if you join us in our effort to tackle this challenge. And if you need any information, you can go to our website, incahardt.eu, or you can contact us at these emails anytime. Thank you so much for your attention and for having me.
Thank you very much, Klaus. And thank you also to the rest of the amazing speakers that we have had today. This has been the last opportunity that will be presented today. All the presentations have been really useful and have given us a taste of the challenges for which cities and public bodies need new solutions. I believe that there are no questions in the chat box, and I believe that we are running out of time. So in case that you want to have further details of any of the opportunities that have been presented today, we will post the recording of this session at the Tomorrow City platform, and you have the contact details of the speakers from today. The recording of the session that we have had in the morning at 11 a.m. here in the Smart City Expo will be also posted on the Tomorrow City platform. So I wish you the best of luck to the speakers that have meetings today at the brokerage event. And Anna, in case that you have any comments before we finish.
Yes, again, thank you very much to the speakers for sharing their projects and to the audience for joining us. And that's all. See you next year. Thank you very much. Sí, la vía 1.
Yeah. Muy bien, todo el mundo, felicidades. Congratulations. Gracias.
Thank you.
Hola, buenos días.
Hola,
Hola Alex, ¿qué
¿me
tal?
oyes bien? ¿Y me ves bien? ¿Todo ok?
Sí, estoy mirando aquí en la plataforma que no salga, que no estemos saliendo todavía haciendo el test, no,
Ah,
está todo bien.
vale.
Mm, yo voy, yo cierro mi vídeo porque al final no estaré.
Buenos días a todos.
Buenas.
Hola Carmen,
¿Qué tal?
muy
Hola
bien.
Lía, hola a todos. Monse por aquí también
Hola.
al habla.
Muy bien. Bueno, aquí todavía estamos en un espacio privado. Buenos días.
Estupendo.
Y podemos justamente hacer esas pruebas. Perfecto.
Disculpen, ¿me escuchan bien?
Yo sí,
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 perfecto.
sí, yo sí, perfecto.
Muchas gracias.
Hola, hola Alex.
Hola, Octavio,
Ya,
¿qué tal?
bien, aquí getting ready.
Buenos días a todos, ¿cómo están?
Muy buenos días.
¿Qué tal?
Bien, ¿qué tal por Medellín?
Estoy en Bogotá, en
Ah, en
Medellín.
Bogotá, perdón.
Qué maravilla, me imagino.
Y la hora también, esta mañana, ¿no? La primera hora.
Está bien, son las 7:10 ahora.
Ah, muy bien. Encantado.
Un gusto.
Buenos días, muy bienvenidos y gracias por conectarse hacia antes. I see the Guangzhou team is also connected, but I don't know if they can hear us.
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. I'm waiting for the Dr. Wang to be online. I can hear you clearly.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
What I noticed is that the sound is being Paulo. The sound is being transmitted already in the side events.
Jerónimo, está escuchando el audio en la plataforma.
En la plataforma, sí. No, porque solo se debería transmitir a partir del momento de la 1:30.
Correcto. Tuvimos
Good afternoon and welcome to this site event within the framework, online site event within the framework of the Smart City World Expo. Today we're going to talk about the 5G in metropolitan spaces, opportunities for local and regional governments. The session of today is, to a certain extent, is the result of some of the discussions that within Metropolis, the World Association of Metropolitan Areas and Major Cities, have been having all throughout all this year. We all know the challenges and the opportunities of G5 technologies. We know that there will be an opportunity for public administrations for better deliver services for the private sector and as well for the society as a whole. It's already here, the 5G technology, and it's already confronting us to some of the issues for being able to develop this technology. For me, there are three critical questions that we should be taking into account. I'm sure today will be discussed with the representatives of the private sector as well as some of the representatives of the Metropolis membership, like Metropolitan area of Barcelona, Medellin, and as well the municipality of Guangzhou in China. Different perspectives, but as well confronting the same challenges. For me, the three, as I said before, the three challenges are: one is the infrastructures are needed. Which kind of infrastructures are needed at the local level to be able to develop the G5 technology? And of course, these infrastructures will be occupying public space. So how will going to be the relation of these infrastructures with the public space that's needed? The second one is the investments and the funding that's needed to develop these technologies, to develop and to be able that they work properly. And of course, we know that the public sector, especially local governments, metropolitan areas, were not going to be able to do it alone. So there will be necessary to develop private-public partnerships to work together with the private sector, which kind of alliances we can build together with the private sector. And the third question is about accessibility. Is it the 5G technology going to be an additional disruption gap in terms of accessing technologies, or it will be an opportunity for developing more inclusive and equal societies? We know that during the pandemic, we have discovered that there was a digital gap in our societies, in our cities, and we think that the 5G technology can be an opportunity to avoid this digital gap. So today, the session will be facilitated by Alexander Heislinger, who will be conducting the session and moderating all the panelists. So Alex, it's over to you whenever you want. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Octavio, for that warm and also nice welcome. I hope you can see me now, hear me well. As already said, my name is Alexander Heislinger. I am the moderator of today. I'm also the coordinator together with Leah Bloom of the City Managers Community, which we already started last June. And for us, it's actually the last event today. It's a public event where we have, let's say, three concrete cases from three different continents available, and where we also, let's say, present to you our conclusion of that journey, which we started in June. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much to Metropolis, also to the Metropolitan Authority of Barcelona in supporting the city manager community. And I think we give immediately then the floor to the general manager of the Metropolitan Authority of Barcelona, Ramon Tora, who will start with a presentation what is happening in this case Europe of this 5G deployment here in Barcelona. Ramon, I give you the floor.
Very much. It is for me a great pleasure to be here with you today to share our own experiences in the field of 5G technologies. This is yet another step towards digitalization of service provision and including technology in the provision of services to make them more effective and also to bring them closer to citizens. This is a technological disruption in the system. Some of the problems or the issues related to our current technologies are now resolved. It also establishes the link with many services. It solves issues like latency and real-time service provision. This is very important for some of the metropolitan services, such as mobility. It also enables the development or the progress of other services. For example, autonomous mobility, self-driven cars, and other systems that require technology in order to function properly. So the link, it is actually the link. And now we are providing a series of services through technological platforms that bring them closer to citizens. We link the gap with service providers and citizens so that the different parties can interact can interact easily. We see that one of the assets is immediacy. We want to respond immediately to the demands of our citizens. The Barcelona metropolitan area is now considering different urban services, such as the management of big spaces or highly used spaces, such as beaches or metropolitan parks. We are also analyzing how to reach natural, or how to get or bring people to natural spaces. We need to satisfy the demands and the requirements of these natural spaces. For example, the prevention of wildfires. We need to make sure that natural spaces survive. And of course, technology can be a great support to do so. People who work in this area need technology that make their work easier. For example, climate change is also having an impact in our natural spaces. Years ago, wildfires would concentrate in, or would take place in specific times during the year, but now we see wildfires happening all year round. So these situations is what we face now. And technology, more specifically 5G, can be a great tool to help us better manage natural spaces. So this is infrastructure and central infrastructure that is really important when it comes to the management of metropolitan services. I want to pick up on what Octavio just said, infrastructure and the inclusion of infrastructure in natural or urban spaces and natural areas, parks and other green spaces in the Barcelona metropolitan area, such as the Collserola Park. This kind of new infrastructure have an impact to the landscape. This is quite clear. So this is a topic that we've been reflecting on for a long time now. We've integrated some furniture pieces in beaches. We call them smart poles. These poles distribute 4G in public spaces and beaches. Another example would be alert systems or real-time weather information for citizens. So these are these are some of the elements that benefit from 5G technologies, and we need new infrastructure so that we can actually implement 5G. This infrastructure, these furniture elements, integrate into the landscape. We need to take a greater look at how to integrate these elements in the public space, such as lighting, sitting banks, and any other elements that might be related to infrastructure. We are now carrying out our first pilot project, 5G deployment in public beaches. This is the result of a public and private partnership. We are now examining the current infrastructure to see how it can be adapted. We are aiming at a neutral infrastructure that supports the services of different service providers. We're talking about antennas and poles, but of course they need to support connections from different operators. Investment is quite an important topic here as well, which has been already mentioned by Octavi. As I said, we are working in a public-private partnership, and we're trying to capitalize pre-existing infrastructure and adapt such infrastructure to new technologies and development. So some of the infrastructure is being adapted, and then we need some specific infrastructure that is particularly designed for the deployment of new technology that is going to be used by a neutral or private operator. In the Barcelona metropolitan area, all of this takes place within the context of an administration that works for social cohesion in our region. We want to mitigate social inequality, and we want to provide a service that meets the same quality standards everywhere. This affects waste management, public transportation, etc., social housing. We want all these services to be provided at the same quality standards to everyone. So we would say that this is actually the core of our existence at the Barcelona metropolitan area, to foster social cohesion through the provision of public services, including mobility, public transportation, etc. The digital divide here is one of the elements that must be tackled. And citizens must have equal access to technologies. Of course, citizens need to be educated in this regard. And we need to ensure that all areas in our region have equal access to new technologies. So citizens must be educated and trained in these new kinds of technology. One of the main problems concerning the most vulnerable is that the lack of knowledge concerning the existence of new technologies. Some groups suffer from detrimental situations because they are not aware of the existence of new technologies that would help them. So new technologies play an important role in terms of enabling real-time communication and access to knowledge. So this is yet another line of work. Infrastructure access infrastructure, which means that everyone has access to this kind of infrastructure. 5G, available on personal devices. So it is up to us to understand that the public administration must ensure that citizens have access to these new kinds of network and these new technologies. If we want to deploy new technologies, cities have been traditionally the place where development actually happens. Cities have been enablers in order to disseminate knowledge. Cities must provide access to new services and to networks. And we need to work to continually improve service provision. Also, decarbonization. 5G is a core element in the decarbonization process. So that would be it from my side. Although I'm leaving some topics here, economic development. I mean, new technology is a booster for economic development. But to wrap up, I would say that this new technology offers a great potential and allows us to really make a difference in public service provision and has an impact in economic activity. Thank you very much.
Apoyo, digamos, al City Manager, así como también el liderazgo de 5G aquí en Barcelona. I will immediately, let's say, change the continent. Let's fly here from Europe, or move at least virtually to Asia. We have here a very special guest from the municipality of Guangzhou. I welcome them very much. I have to say good evening. First of all, we know that I remember from our journey, they always said we have to deploy 5G hand in hand, public and private, let's say, authorities, organizations. So we have here present, first of all, Jurin Che, Secretary General of the Guangzhou Foreign Affairs Officer. Good evening, but I understood that he has given the floor, or will give the floor, to a private, let's say, collaborator of the municipality, which is Dr. Hua Song, who is Senior Vice President of the Engineering from WeRide. WeRide is a Chinese smart mobility company, and Dr. Huang Sung has also a lot of, let's say, experiences for those who are maybe not so familiar with this company, but he worked already in Microsoft, in Google, and I'm very happy to give him the floor now to present the case of Guangzhou.
Thank you. This is Hua. I'm from WeRide. Maybe people are not familiar with the company. Is a startup company focusing on the level 4 autonomous driving technology. Our headquarters is in Guangzhou, China, but we also have offices in Silicon Valley in the US and other cities in China like Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. We have more than 300 true driverless fleet in China and in the US. The major fleet is in Guangzhou. We test a lot of true driverless vehicle. That means there's no driver in the car. In order to doing that, actually, we are a heavy user of the 5G network because there's no drivers. In order to keep the things safe, we need to have the capability to remotely monitoring the vehicles. And in some rare cases, we can remotely control the vehicles if something really bad happened. So that requires a very reliable network, not only high bandwidth, but also low latency. So 5G network is the best fit for these requirements. So together with the China Unicom, one of the biggest service provider in China, we first built a fully covered area with 5G networks. And we actually not only tune the China Unicom not only tuned the 5G network for regular users, but also introduced some features specifically for autonomous driving applications. For example, we have some reserved bandwidth for this, we call it quality of service, because when there's a lot of people using the network, the bandwidth or the latency will be bad. And this is very dangerous for true driverless applications. So in order to preserve or keep the good quality of the service, we co-develop we call the network slice. What we basically do is we cut off some bandwidth of the 5G network reserved for this highly demanding services. So even there's a lot of other users maybe watching videos, we can still have a required bandwidth and latency for our applications. And also, we have together we have a lot of testings of the coverage. In regular areas, usually the network is optimized for residents living in their buildings. But here we actually optimize for the roads because our vehicle driving in the roads at high speed. So we did a lot of this kind of optimization. And especially during the recent, there's a small breakout of COVID-19 in Guangzhou area, and some area has been quarantined. So nobody can get in and get out without the special permission. So together with the local government and the China Unicom, we deployed our true driverless fleet to supply the quarantine area. We shipped about 60 tons of supplies into the quarantine area, and without the 5G network, it's almost impossible to do that. Actually, if you guys know about some details about the true driverless technology, it requires HD map. But before we got the HD map, the driverless vehicle so far cannot go into the area. But we don't want to send any driver into the area, so we depend on 5G remote control to collect the map at the beginning. So the first vehicle going into the quarantine area is a 5G remote controlled vehicle to collect the data for the later true driverless fleet to go into the quarantine area. So that's I think the citizens in Guangzhou and the government really appreciate the effort from a high-tech company. Actually contribute to the effort to stop the spreading of the virus. I think that's a good application of 5G network in Guangzhou. That's all I say. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Huang Su, for that explanation. I remember when we had Huang Su already from the very beginning in this city manager journey as a front runner in a 5G. Therefore, I'm very happy that you also explained now in a very, let's say, again, actual situation with the COVID outspread, because also in Europe, the COVID is again back. Let's continue to move and travel from Asia, this time to Latin America. Here, I'm very, very happy to say good morning to our next two, let's say, presenters. First of all, we have Juan Sebastián González Flores, who is the Secretary of Digital Innovation of the Medellin municipality. And he also will share his short intervention together with a private sector, with Juan Marino, who is Business Development and Pre-Sales Management of Nokia. I think Nokia, I don't need to explain too much, but I'm happy that Medellin has accepted the invitation, and I give you both the floor.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Can you see the screen, the presentation? Can you hear me well? Yeah?
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. So good morning and good afternoon to everyone. I will start by giving an overall introduction to 5G. I will go through the state of the art of 5G in Latin America and the main barrier we had to properly deploy it and how we are dealing with them in Medellin. And then I will hand over to Juan from Nokia for him to show us the main results of the 5G pilots we have performed in Medellin. Okay, so the main characteristics of 5G are the following ones very quickly. 5G has an infrastructure availability of 99.999%. It has a current coverage of 0.2 billion mobile subscriptions around the world. It has reached already a general reduction of 90% of an energy consumption on IoT devices. IoT devices battery lasts around 10 years. Up to 100 connected devices per 5G unit of area, bandwidth 1,000 times faster than 4G, latency equivalent to 1 millisecond, 10 gigs speed we reached already, which means around 10 to 100 times faster than 4G. We'll see that the low latency and high speed will enable use cases like, for example, remote education and remote surgeries in the next slides. There is a misunderstanding out there about the 5G and Wi-Fi 6 capabilities. What is the difference? In this slide, I wanted to explain why 5G won't replace really Wi-Fi and why they are complementary solutions to each other. Well, 5G has a longer range, it is more costly, and therefore it will be mostly used on mobile connections, for example, autonomous car, general and smart city IoT deployments, and in processes where the high precision is key, for example, manufacturing, robotics, and healthcare for remote surgeries, for example. Instead, Wi-Fi, since it is less costly, it will be primarily used in PCs, tablets, TVs, mostly in homes and in general businesses. The following are some of the worldwide use cases where 5G has been most used. For example, in automotive, 5G has permitted deployments of cooperative intelligent transport systems. We can see an example in South Korea. They are very advanced with this kind of deployment, which basically allow the communication not just from vehicles to the telecommunication, which is something that is happening in several countries around the world, but also vehicles to vehicles, which will allow to anticipate future events because there is information that is being shared between cars, between vehicles, which will allow to anticipate, for example, future events, like predicting, for example, when a pedestrian is going to cross a road, when an ambulance is approaching, and all this information between cars that is transmitted between vehicles will be very helpful to reduce the number of accidents in the roads. Other examples are, for example, car robotics and remote control, machine intelligence and real-time control. But a very, very interesting example, it is in healthcare. For example, will be possible to have remote surgeries. So imagine a doctor in the US performing remotely a surgery to a patient that is in any country of Africa. This is thanks to the high speed and low latency provided by 5G that will allow high precision in the surgeries. The following is a coverage map where you can see that North America, Brazil, some countries of Europe, Australia, and Asia are the continents and countries that are more advanced when it comes to 5G releases. Colombia, to be honest, is still shy, but the government and mobile operators already started to invest in this technology. In this chart, there is a comparison between 5G connection worldwide and the Latin America for the following 5 years. As you can see, there is a big digital gap. While in 2025 worldwide, there will be 2.61 billion connections, just around 6% of those connections will be in place in Latin America. It is then necessary to have more public policy in our countries in Latin America to promote the use of 5G technologies. And this is already happening in Colombia with the parliament, in the national government, when we expect to have a tender in the next few months by the central government in order to assign 5G spectrum to the private mobile operators already. And the following chart shows how we vision Medellin City as a smart city. Starting from the bottom, there is the infrastructure going through a smart city platform called Fireware. Fireware is an open source platform that collects data coming from 3, 4, and 5G IoT devices related, for example, to weather, traffic, and security. The platform is used by more than 200 cities in the world, and we are implementing and deploying already in Medellin. And this platform will allow us to easily exchange smart city solutions in different verticals like mobility, security, healthcare, and education between all these cities. Since it is an open source platform, any software developer around the world can develop smart city solutions that can be installed easily in all these platforms, in all these more than 200 cities in the world. We are planning by the next year to launch open innovation challenges in order for the Colombia and the region ICT ecosystem to develop solutions to the main city problems and be able to share those solutions to the rest of the world. This smart city platform provides data to a powerful data lake that we are using right now to execute big data and artificial intelligence solutions and processes that will let us understand the main needs of our citizens and our city. the main problem that prevent those needs from being satisfied, and the most important, the causes of those problems. With big data and artificial intelligence, we will be able to understand where the public policy should be focused, where the programs and projects of the city hall will be focused, and what are the most critical regions and citizens in the city. In the chart, for example, you will see that everything will happen if we have a proper connectivity infrastructure. That's why in Medellin, we are building an optical fiber high-speed broadband network, which is going to be public and will be rented to the private mobile operators, who in turn will be able to deploy 5G infrastructures and provide services to the final customers. This is pretty much the same model as the airports. As you know, an airport is owned by the government, who rents it to the airlines, and the airlines don't have enough capital to build an airport. This is happening in the telecommunication, and that's why there are still regions without internet coverage in the main cities of South America. But we are changing this model to a disruptive model in Medellin that will allow us to reach with high quality internet to every single citizen of the city. In Medellin, we have already tested a 5G pilot with the help of Nokia regarding, for example, to autonomous cars, remote classrooms, home connectivity, and so on. So I will hand over to Juan, who will explain in detail the result of those pilots. Juan.
Thank you very much, Juan Sebastian, for the invitation. Thank you very much, you guys from Metropolis, for the opportunity to be here. It is an honor. Let me please share the screen. Okay. Good. Can you see the screen now? Good, thank you. So, yeah, I will explain the results we achieved by performing these tests of 5G technology in the city of Medellin. But I want to start mentioning that the technology for us is not a final goal itself. It really must be at the service of human dignity. And in Medellin city, we showed together with Alcaldía de Medellin, thanks to the partnership with them, with Ruta N and two of the leading communication service providers in the country, Claro and Tigo, some concrete applications of the 5G technology. And we tested how the 5G attributes, such as bandwidth, big capacity, amazing speeds of data transfer, can really enable use cases that contribute to the achievement of sustainability and inclusiveness objectives of our society. And in Medellin City, we tested the 5G technology in 3 areas. Medellin City is very special because the geographic has mountains, has some plains, and we tested how the technology performs in this challenging territory, and the results were really great in terms of progressing towards the learning curve required to really implement the service in the best possible way in this market. And if we focus in one of these areas called the Innovation District, we tested certain use cases that demonstrate how the 5G technology really enables this kind of objectives of putting the technology to the service of the society. One of those is the virtual reality education. We held some classes with one real teacher from biology teaching the respiratory system to some alumni class, and they had the opportunity to interact in real time with the teacher to see 3D models of the body and finally respond to some tests about the contents they learned. And this is really a demonstration of how the 5G technology enables new ways of teaching, how the 5G technology helps to the education, and to improve the quality of education and improve the access to good quality contents to different people who probably don't have the possibility to get the same quality because of the location or the opportunities in this kind of diverse societies with big equality gaps. Another group of the use cases were tested in other locations, where we, for instance, tested the smart lighting to show how the adaptive public lighting can help to produce environmental benefits towards the control of the public lighting via rules, predefined rules, or customized rules, movement detection to enable or disable lights depending on the activity of the area that the lights are serving, scheduling, applying different kind of artificial intelligence or machine learning patterns to really adapt how the lighting performs to save energy and at the same time to serve the community in the best possible way. Other use case we tested is producing real-time 360 degrees video streaming. And this is helpful, for instance, to produce immersive experiences for the community with the support of virtual reality. And this can help in areas like public safety, tourism, and education. Why not? Video analytics. Video is one of the areas where 5G helps the most because of the capacity of the technology, attributes of the technology. So video plus video analytics is another area of exploration that we showed here in Medellin to show how in this pandemic situation we could, using video analytics, monitoring the status, the temperature status of the attendees to the event, to use certain rules for accessing, for controlling the access. And these kind of measures of controlling temperature, occupancy of certain areas can really help to improve the health conditions in the society in these challenging areas times. Industry 4.0 is another area that gets a lot of benefit from 5G technology. In this case, we tested, we demonstrated how the mixed reality can help the industries to achieve improvements both in safety of the personnel and also in productivity. We showed how a remote controlled robot can be actioned from an operator using different sensors and the 5G technology to propagate the commands. So in a production environment, we can reduce, with the support of these technologies, reduce the injuries of the operation personnel, improve the security, and of course the productivity increases of the environments, of the industry environments. So at the end, we showed how an umbrella system of monitoring the operations and the functioning of all these city aspects can be controlled, can be monitored in real time using like a central command control where a single pane of glass can serve the municipalities to monitor the KPIs, the key performance indicators of the security, health, waste, and different aspects of the city functioning. And at the end, just to finalize here, we demonstrated with these kind of use cases, applications, and of course the connectivity technology that is produced by us, how the 5G technology benefits the education, the culture, the city operation itself, the health, the tourism, and finally, the 5G technology is creating positive impact for the society, the inclusiveness, the sustainability, and the competitiveness of the environment in the productive environment. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Medellin. I think you deserve a good cup of coffee now and your breakfast. I have now 5 minutes left. I take this, let's say, the liberty and also the privilege to take the 5 minutes, which we had a delay before. And I will share here the conclusions of the this year city management, let's say, manager community. I hope you can see it well. Yeah, you do? Otherwise, yeah, perfect. So, as I already said, today it is the last stop. I cannot change now my slide. I don't know why. I will try again. Now it's the last stop of our city management community journey this year, here within the Smart City World Expo in Barcelona. But we started already in June with a survey because we wanted to find out where do we stand, what is the situation among the members, the member cities, the members metropolitans of Metropolis. Surprise or not, and some of you have already mentioned it, it is a very new topic. The novelty is here confirmed that we almost found out for those who replied to our survey, 2/3 have not a dedicated department or unit yet in their, let's say, metropolitan area or in their governments. 1/3 they do have, and if they have it, then they place it directly, let's say, in a very high level within the municipal government. As a consequence of it is also that we have the same number, almost 2/3 have not a real sophisticated or developed 5G strategy, political strategy for the rollout. Yeah, because it's really new. As a consequence of it, we have also then asked if you have already a strategy, if you're doing a rollout, and this has been confirmed by our previous speakers from Asia, from Europe, as well as from Latin America, most, let's say, cases, most user cases, areas and service sectors are clearly in the terms of connected vehicles. We have here, let's say, in the absolute number, those feedbacks we have received, followed by the remote operations. A lot of, let's say, applications are in that field. And the third one is autonomous robots. Looking a bit closer again, how this public-private partnership or this public-public partnership will be working. We have a wide array of stakeholders involved in the rollout. We have it from the private sector, of course, it's technology providers, we have civil infrastructure providers, we have the public sector there, which is needed, public policy and regulatory agency, we have connectivity providers, we have service enablers, etc. So you find them all. And it was also very clear from the beginning that each of them has a specific role from the start to the end. Looking a bit further in the same survey, we have also asked what governance structure do you think may fit well. Of course, we have asked here, let's say, members of the metropolis, or metropolitan areas, or metropolitan authorities, and no surprise that the majority of them say we would need to have explicitly own metropolitan governments or structures in order to meet this kind of, in our case, 5G challenges. In addition, of course, we have, and this is also one of the conclusions, my last slide, a vertical coordination. There is a lot of things going on at the national level, but of course, very strong let's say, coordination and partnership with the other levels. So this brings me now to the key findings and results in the last minute. First of all, a big issue is the cost. We have discussed it over the last month, and all what we have discussed actually will be collected and also summarized in a report, in a publication which will be made available by Metropolis by the end of the year, early next year. And one of the biggest issues is costs and benefits. I can already assure you, I think it will be not cost neutral what we are doing. We will have a high investment at the beginning, and maybe even longer. But at the end, everybody actually says, or the promises also foresees, that it will be outweighed by higher quality and greater benefits at the end. We don't know yet at the end how long it will take until we have that, let's say, benefits or that return of investment. And the long term, everybody assures it will be reducing costs. But who will pay and how long will it take? When we say paying, we have to distinguish here several issues. Of course, it's a public investment. Some, like Wang Su also said, it must be a public and private investment because at the end of the day, it will return. Others say, and this in context also when we look at the different roles, if we speak about public goods, of course, the public investment should be higher than the private investment. But if we have sectors where the private, let's say, the industries are benefiting, such as in tourism, then we need to have an equal share, an equal contribution also from the private sector. Looking at the government roles, we see here a clear dominance in, let's say, in our members, that the central government is needed for investments, of course. It should not be done solely or alone at the local level. And of course, in our case, in Europe, also, we need a related reliable legislation where everybody, each actor can then operate and play. But it was also very clear that the cities are the best theater, if you call it like this, for the performance, for implementation and delivery. Here we can test it, we can pilot it, and we saw that in the best way. As I said, partnership is needed, public-public, private. And at last but not least, we have also already seen it as a confirmation. Healthcare is one of the, let's say, the most prominent fields of piloting application, as well as transport and mobility. I leave it here. The time, I think, is over for us within that digital program of the Smart City. I can only say thank you very much to all the participants having contributed over the entire journey, the members of Metropolis, also the private sector. Thanks for listening, and let's say watch out, but I may stop with one sentence. Of course, we aim high. We need to aim very high. 5G, we speak about 6G, but we should not forget, and I think all of you have already said, this inclusiveness, this coherence, because we also know we have actually experiences over the last 4 months that several of our, let's say, countries of our cities are still operating or facing or working with 3G, 4G, 2G. So, of course, some are very much in advance, but we should not forget everybody. We should have this inclusiveness at the very heart of our, let's say, center. Thanks a lot. And I think I leave it here because very soon the channel will be switched off. Have a great day, a good rest in Barcelona, and also to everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone, and greetings from Barcelona. My name is Pontus Westerberg, and I'm a program manager with UN Habitat's People-Centered Smart Cities program. I'm really excited about this event where we will be launching our first what we call People-Centered Smart Cities playbooks. This is a really exciting moment for UN Habitat. We have in this 45-minute event a series of speakers. I will start by just introducing UN Habitat and our Smart Cities work a little bit. And then I'm going to hand over to Emilio Royal, who is the Smart City Administrator for the Office of Innovation for the City of San Antonio in the US. And she's been working with us at UN Habitat for the last 6 months as a consultant to develop these playbooks. And we're really excited to have her here with us today. After her presentation about the playbooks, we're going to get a perspective from some cities. We have two colleagues from Thailand, Dr. Orachat Lengboon, who is the Division Manager of Smart City Promotion Department in the Digital Economy Promotion Agency of Thailand. And then we have Dr. Tama Duangnamol, who is a team leader for Smart City Promotion at the same Digital Economy Promotion Agency of Thailand. We will then be able to take some questions and have an open interactive discussion, and then we will close. As I said, the main objective of this session is to launch and share these people-centered smart cities playbooks that we have prepared. And I would like to ask my colleague Livia to share the link to the website that we are now launching in the chat so that everyone who's here can see it. Thank you, Livia. Let's go to the slides. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So for those of you who don't know UN Habitat, we're the UN Program for Sustainable Urbanization. We're based in Nairobi, Kenya, but we work in about 90 countries across the world on all sorts of urban issues, from planning to urban finance, governance, and basic services. And more recently, we've also been working more and more on digital transformation of cities and communities and people-centered smart cities. We can go to the next slide, please. UN Habitat work with strategic plans, and our current strategic plan, which goes from 2020 to 2023, puts a particular focus on what we call innovation, frontier technologies, and smart cities. And an absolutely important focus of this plan is the idea that the use of technologies in urban planning, design, and regeneration should really be used to make sure that they are people-centered rather than just technology-led endeavors. Next, please. So following the adoption of this strategic plan, we launched the flagship program that we call People-Centered Smart Cities at the World Urban Forum in February 2020. That was actually the last conference that I attended right before the pandemic, and I'm really excited to again be part of of a physical event. I've been enjoying the last few days at the Smart City World Expo. On the picture here, you can see our executive director, Maimouna Mohamed Sharif, launching this flagship program together with Francesca Bria, who has also been working with us to conceptualize this. And then the quote from our executive director about the importance of digital technologies serving people, being governed in a democratic and inclusive way. So this is exactly what we are doing now with this program, and what I'm sure we will hear very shortly from Emily about what we are outlining in these playbooks. Next, please. In the last year and a half, during the pandemic, we have actually been really active at UN Habitat with some operational projects. We created the first UN Innovation Technology Accelerator for Cities, UNITAC, in Hamburg, with generous funding from the government of Germany. We've been working on people-centered smart city strategies in Nigeria, Rwanda, Myanmar, China, and Cambodia. We launched 2 weeks ago the Climate Smart Cities Challenge. If you're interested in that, it's climatesmart.citieschallenge.org. We've just launched 2 global studies, one into the role of governance for smart city transitions together with CAF, the Inter-American Development Bank, and another study into the potential for digital technologies to improve the lives of people living in informal settlements. We're also together with a series of French stakeholders led by FNAO, the French Association of Planning Agency, organizing an expert group meeting on people-centered smart cities that will be in Strasbourg on the 2nd February in a couple of months' time. We've held a series of digital governance lab starting in Cameroon. We're developing a digital rights and governance help desk for cities with the Cities for Digital Rights Coalition. We've been very active in the UN platform, United for Smart Sustainable Cities, together with the International Telecommunications Union and other UN agencies and stakeholders. And we're in the process of setting up a UN working group on AI and smart cities with UNDP and ITU. And of course, we have been working on this series of people-centered smart city playbooks. And with that, I hand over to Emily, who will explain what is in these publications. Over to you, Emily.
Thank you, Pontus. Thank you to the UN Habitat team as a whole and to the World Expo as well for hosting this conversation today. So as Pontus mentioned, I'm Emily Royal. I serve the city of San Antonio as a smart city administrator. And I also provide support to UN Habitat for the development of their people-centered smart cities program. And I'm pleased to present to you today an overview of the People-Centered Smart Cities program and the strategies that are embedded in a series of playbooks that we are launching today that really provides actionable and pragmatic guidance to local and regional governments that are seeking to build people-centered smart cities of the future. Now, before we go into the details of those playbooks, I really want to provide an overview of why people-centered, why are we referring to this terminology, and why now? So the backdrop of today's smart cities is complex for many national, regional, and local governments. We see an increase in the privatization of public infrastructure, which can reduce public oversight and the equitable use of technologies and services. At the same time, cities have become test beds for new and sometimes unregulated technologies that really force local governments into a space or a mode of catching up to today's industry. Data that's created by smart city technology has also sparked global dialogue around issues of privacy and digital rights. And emerging technologies like the Internet of Things have created new opportunities, but also introduced new risks in the cybersecurity realm. And then finally, on the backdrop of all of this is a persistent digital divide that really prevents universal and equitable access to the internet and to digital society. Cities and local governments are at the forefront of these challenges, and they do bear much of the responsibility to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to fully participate. And so the vision for a people-centered smart city is one that leverages data, technology, and services, but really focuses on serving the common good and addressing the needs of the actual communities that they serve. We anticipate that doing so will provide inclusive and sustainable cities that are very much needed to address the challenges of the 21st century. Next slide, please. So how did we get here? Our research identified 4 major phases of smart cities. However, there are operating on overlapping timelines, and there is research out there that identifies a variety of different ways to analyze the last several decades of smart city development. We start with the researchers' smart cities, so looking at movements in the early 1960s and 1980s where computation allowed researchers to start to analyze patterns in urban behavior, in pedestrians and traffic systems in new ways. And that really brought the role that data plays in how we understand cities into a new dimension. Then moving into the marketer city in 1990 and around that decade, there was more of a private sector driven approach to smart cities, one that was led by industry and innovation in the private sector. The focus quite a bit on infrastructure. Some of you may be familiar with the classic IBM Smarter Cities Challenge, which some folks argue is really the origin of coining the term smart cities. And then moving into the citizen smart city, where in the early 2000s, local governments and public sector agencies started really thinking about how smart cities should and could better serve social missions, things around public health, environment, et cetera. And then finally, in the early 2000s, we started seeing an example of consumer smart cities, really where urban platforms, things like Lyft and Uber, started transforming how services get delivered to residents in smart cities. Next slide, please. So we've seen several lessons learned from the last several decades of smart city development. There are a number of issues from these 4 waves of smart cities that we can really learn from as we move forward in the development of smart cities of the future. One is a lack of awareness around longstanding smartness in cities. A smart city doesn't necessarily have to leverage technology, for example, in order to be smart. There are a lot of different ways that the public has already solved problems or already innovated that is not necessarily of a technology focus. Secondly, over-reliance on the optimization narrative, this idea that technology is inherently going to create more efficiencies or optimize our systems, sometimes can be challenged. And part of the reason for that is because we often lack actual evidence and key performance indicators that show the progress and demonstrate the impact that technology is actually making on people's lives. So smart cities of the future need to prioritize how they measure the impact of a technology or a service. And then fourth, a failure to meaningfully engage residents. We've seen over the years that residents do possess lived experience that should be captured and integrated into smart city strategies and developments. Residents can play a role not just as a participant or providing feedback in a community engagement process, but also as a co-creator and an evaluator of the technologies that we seek to deploy. And then fifth, the privatization of public infrastructure and services that I had mentioned earlier. And then finally, a lack of transparent and structured data governance. Behind all of this emerging technology is the flow of data. And it's very important that local governments and regional governments grasp and understand how to effectively manage their data to achieve the outcomes that they seek. Next slide, please. So where do we go from here? So based on the lessons that we've learned, we find that a people-centered smart city should really, first and foremost, empower the community. We should develop services that actually empower our residents and make their lives easier and better and respond to their actual needs. Secondly, access to technology is simply not equitable in today's landscape. We do need to make technology more accessible and do so with an equity lens in our approach. Third, a people-centered smart city should responsibly manage data and digital infrastructure. When we introduce new technologies, we should be able to find ways to be held accountable for those. And of course, manage that from a security standpoint, which is the fourth bullet there. We must build trust by securing our digital assets. Many of you may have seen in recent years local governments becoming the attack of ransomware or the targets of ransomware attacks. And that has been quite challenging for local governments. So when we do build infrastructure and systems that run online, we have to find ways to secure those effectively. And then finally, building multi-stakeholder capacity. We cannot do any of this if we don't invest in our own capacity, our own city staff, ensuring that they understand how technology works, upskilling them for the 21st century, but also building multi-stakeholder partnerships that are sustainable with all of the participants in a smart city ecosystem. Next slide, please. So what support do we have? Well, fortunately, there are several existing international guidelines and standards that can provide assistance in guiding cities on this work. UN frameworks in particular that support a people-centered smart city approach include the New Urban Agenda, the Roadmap for Digital Cooperation, so much of the work that is coming out of the International Telecommunications Union, and the 2030, the Connect 2030 agenda. And then finally, of course, the UN Habitat Strategic Plan. And all of this is very important for aligning the work of smart cities on an international landscape. And also, you know, in our playbooks, we go so far as to actually call out how our actions and activities tie to specific agenda items and directions in each of these documents. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the people-centered smart city ecosystem. Now, there's tons of participants in this space, and one aspect of people-centered smart cities is really thinking about how we can reimagine the roles of all of these players in smart cities. First of all, the public sector and multi-level governance. So really thinking about the role that the public sector plays in smart cities, which historically has really been one of a market fixer, if you will, mostly intervening to correct the shortcomings of a free market if it fails to provide equitable solutions. We really want to transform that and think more of public sector as an innovator and as a convener of all the stakeholders in the smart city space to enhance and augment participation in this development of smart cities. Secondly, social entrepreneurs, community advocacy groups, and local communities. These are our self-organizers, they are advocates, they are participants, and they should be considered as co-creators in smart city strategy development. Third is the business and private sector. Private sector plays a very important role as collaborators and as subject matter experts in this space, and we should align with them on sustainable partnerships. Fourth is civil society. So looking at our civil society as partners, coordinators, but actors, because they play such a key role in understanding the communities that they serve. Academia plays a critical role as evaluators, analysts, and collaborators with local government and smart cities. It's very important to have academic institutions act as a third party that can evaluate and help assess the technologies that are coming down the pipeline or are new in the smart city environment. And then finally, the international community. And these are our communicators and our strategizers. The international community plays a really important role of ensuring that all the work that everyone's doing in this space can be aligned and coordinated at an international level. They can communicate and promote people-centered smart cities in a way that allows local governments to receive the important resources they need to do this work. Next slide, please. So speaking of international communities, the first step towards building these playbooks was to really survey and talk to cities around the world and try to understand where they are at in digital transformation and what are some of the challenges and issues that they had. We surveyed several levels of government across regions globally, and that included directors of policy, engineers, program managers, really looking at multiple levels of government. Next slide, please. And we had conversations based on three key areas, looking at connectivity, looking at the digital divide, how local governments were addressing this persistent problem that underpins smart cities. And also digital services. How were they delivering digital services? Did they have strategic plans? Were they using open data, for example? And we assessed them on all of these points. And we had several takeaways, but broadly, the findings indicated a tremendous international need for guidance that can help local governments and NGOs develop a pragmatic and coordinated approach to smart cities, and really focusing on placing people at the center of that process. Next slide, please. So this is how we arrived at the 5 pillars of a people-centered smart city, which really is the bulk of the resources that we're making available through the UN Habitat program. So the pillars that we identified broadly were the community pillar, digital equity, infrastructure, security, and capacity building. And all of these are outlined in a core strategy, which is the Centering People in Smart Cities playbook. And we unpack all of those pillars and core activities that are important. Next slide, please. So I want to briefly unpack those pillars for you. The community pillar really looks at how local governments can work to place people at the center of smart cities, really looking at how we can actually ground infrastructure in digital rights, develop public goods, et cetera. The digital equity pillar addresses how to build affordable, accessible, and equitable internet access so that the public can actually participate in digital society. Next slide, please. And then infrastructure focuses on how do you build the scaffolding for all this? How do you actually build the services, the digital services, technology, and a data governance framework that enables, empowers these solutions? Next is the security pillar. How do you secure all of those assets if you've built them? And then finally, of course, capacity building. And all of this will be made available over a period of several months. We have already launched the digital equity playbooks, for example, and I think I'll briefly touch on that before closing. Next slide, please. So digital equity pillar, we have 2 playbooks currently out. That's assessing the digital divide and addressing it. Assessing the digital divide really focuses on how can you study the conditions of the digital divide in your own community. And addressing it is how do you take action? Next slide, please. So we do review, provide important global trends in the digital divide, relying on various resources accessible to UN Habitat, which is a tremendous way to really define the problem globally. Next slide, please. But as far as locally, we really dive into what all the dimensions of the digital divide actually are. That includes connectivity, culture, socioeconomic issues. It's really a multifaceted issue, and we break each of those down in the playbooks. Next slide, please. And to go a little bit further, we provide actionable tools. These playbooks provide real toolkits, sample policies, checklists for activities. Again, the focus of all of these playbooks, including the digital divide playbooks and digital equity playbooks, is to provide actionable and pragmatic guidance for cities, and we do so, for example, here with a survey checklist for how to actually conduct a digital divide survey in your community. So moving forward, we're very excited to launch these 3 playbooks today. First, Centering People in Smart Cities, which provides you that overview of all of those pillars for a people-centered smart city. And then I was muted and I've returned. Just wrapping up real quick, assessing the digital divide with our 2 digital equity-based playbooks. Moving into the future, we'll unlock each of those playbooks as we move forward and continue to develop them. And we welcome any additional feedback and I look forward to participating in the conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily, for providing that overview of our People-Centered Smart Cities work and the first 3 playbooks. And if you go to that link that is on the screen and has also been shared by Livia in the chat, you will be able to read more about the program and download these 3 playbooks. So very excited that this is now live from today. Next, I'd like to give the floor to our dear colleagues from Thailand, Dr. Archat and Dr. Tama. Over to you, colleagues. I can't hear anything. It seems that you are muted.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Now it's better, but quite muffled.
Okay. Test is clear.
It's hard to hear.
Hello? Is better?
That's better.
Okay. Okay, I would like to share some the ways that Thailand go toward the smart city. And another part, I will I have chance to read the third one. Yes. Okay. Okay. Hello, is much better?
It is a bit better, but it seems like you're having some troubles with the mic.
Okay. Okay, this way.
That's better.
Is that better? Okay. Sorry for technical problem. Okay. I would like to share the way that Thailand moving, the mechanism we use for doing the smart city. First of all, we think that the smart city is the landscape for utilizing the technology for the people. Yes. And DEPA is the agency who promote to use the digital technology for economic purpose and for the society purpose. So of course, when we do the smart city, we focus on the people, and we will explain more what we did for that. Next slide, please. Actually, when we do the smart city, of course, we realize that we have to go together with the other partner, especially for the society, the business sector, and of course, the partner outside Thailand also. And currently, the government in Thailand be the big player to drive the change for using the technology in the city. Yes, next slide, please. And the smart city in Thailand, it's come up as a national agenda. We have 3 levels of the committees. The highest one is hosted by the Deputy Prime Minister, and the subcommittee is hosted by the Ministry of Digital Economy. And of course, DEPA is the working group who screen all the plan, the smart city plan, to get the endorsement from the national level. The purpose for doing this, we want the national level to recognize all the issues for each city and see the direction how each city will go to promote their own smart city. So here is the process to encourage each city to come up with that plan, and the national committee is going to review the plan. If the plan sounds viable or feasible, they're going to get the endorsement so that that city can process the action according to the plan, which get the endorsement. Yes. Next slide, please. And here is the main part. As for being a smart city, the national committee have some guidelines that you should mention for this 5 dimension. First of all, each city have to define their goal and the vision and the scope of the area that they want to make the city to be smart. And the second dimension is that they have to identify the infrastructure which is needed for the smart city, both the physical and the digital infrastructure. And the third part is that they have to get clear with their data dimension, including the issue of the security and the governance. And the fourth part, they have to identify what their smart solution that they want to use for the city. In this part, we not limit to only the digital technology, but we will focus on the 7 dimensions. You might use the technology for their environment to make your city better, or you might use the technology in the domain of their mobilities, or you use their technology for their energy, or any kind of technology to promote their economy. And of course, the last part is the way that to get the people smarter, which is we call their smart people. And their seventh part is that the smart governance, any kind of technology that you use for mega efficiency and transparency for manage the smart city. This is all the seven dimensions that they should mention in their plan, what approach they want to go for the smart city. And the last part is that the plan should spell out and make it clear how would you manage and make that smart solution sustain. And the most critical part is that how would you engage the people and all the stakeholders in the process of developing the smart city. I think this part is most relevant to what you mentioned about the people-centered smart city development, because everything we do is for better living for the people in the city. Of course, they are the most important focus point for smart city development. Yes. Next slide, please. This is all the seven dimensions that I just mentioned earlier. What's the meaning of each smart city that Thailand used as the guideline to promote the smart city. Next slide, please. And this is our goal to performance the KPI to measure whether you get there or not. This is kind of the impact of each dimension of the smart city. Yes, next slide, please. And this is the status of the city in Thailand that they want to be a smart city. We have 77 provinces in Thailand. Currently, we have 30 provinces, about halfway, that identify or have the strong determination to be a smart city. And now we about 15 area that get approved to be a smart city. Yes, as on the map, it's all over the country. The city here, there's a combination. Some location is a brand new city. They start from the clear space, and some of them is the the city which have people already reside in the city. Yes. Here, next slide, please. And this one I want to focus, or I want to highlight. Not only we promote each city have their own plan, but we also encourage to build up the new generation to be the smart city developer. They're like we call. Sorry, this is this one is a program that we kind of build the capacity building of the young generation in each region in order to make them can stimulate or help their city to go along the journey of the smart city. We call them a smart city ambassador. We put them in the boot camp together with the the staff from the city leader. We take one staff from the city and together buddy with the smart city ambassador and let them like a driver for the city to do a smart city. This is the program that we realize that the new generation, which come from each local, could be the one who can stimulate and know the real issue for the city, so they could drive the smart city in the way that they area want to be. Yes. And another program we have, we realize that for doing a smart city, it's like a new things for each region. So we try to have like educated the people in each region that to make them realize what their smart city is and what is relevant to them. Our purpose is want to make them realize that the smart city is relevant to them and they can engage in all many dimensions because they can be part or they can be co-created for the services which are going to be in their city. And this all the mechanism that Thailand used for driving the smart city. And after I have read to the playbook, I found many common dimensions that the playbook has been mentioned, and a lot of other dimensions which we haven't think of. And I think that the playbook has a very useful guideline and point out many challenges that we haven't seen and we might have encountered in the future. So I think it's very useful for the country which are just at the early stage for doing the smart city to use as the guideline or to the guideline and as the communication tools to explain to each city who want to be a smart city, because this guidebook, this playbook also mentions many dimensions and what called useful for many players in the smart city, from the government side, from the citizen side, or from the business sector, and another neutral group that can go together to create a smart city in Thailand. Yes, thank you. That's all what I would like to share. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leng Tebun from Thailand. Great to hear that you find some usefulness with the playbooks, and we really look forward to discussing with you through our colleagues in Bangkok how we can work together to apply these playbooks to some of the cities that you're working with in Thailand. So really great to be connected, and really thank you so much for providing that overview of the fantastic work that you're doing. I love the Smart City Ambassadors program. From our perspective, capacity is so important, and I think overcoming this let's say gap that is there, this capacity gap that is there between the public sector and the private sector, the tech sector, I think is absolutely fundamental. So really nice to see that. We have a few minutes left of the session. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to write them in the chat. And we have Emily and Orachat and Tama here to respond to them. Let me have a look at have any questions come in, Livia?
No, we don't have questions so far. Let me just double confirm.
All right. Feel free. Please feel free to ask questions in the chat. If not, maybe I can put you on the spot here, Emily, and see if you could maybe. Tell us what you think is the most important thing for a city that is starting out on the journey towards digital transformation and with the ambition of transitioning to smart city, establishing a smart city office, and how they might want to think about really making digital transformation useful for the people that live in that city and the quality of life. What would you say were the kind of most important thing or things that cities would focus on initially?
Sure, absolutely. So I think that ties into why we're releasing the playbooks in the order that we are. The first being digital equity. So as local governments kind of move into a space of providing increasingly more digital services, it is very important that we make sure that everyone has the opportunity to access those services. And doing so requires taking a scientific look at who has access to connectivity, to devices, and to digital skills, the ability to actually use technology in the community. There's so many different contexts, which is why I believe this is so challenging for local governments. There are cities that have significant proportion of the population living in informal settlements, for example. And all of those need to be addressed, and we address strategies for that and highlight best practices from cities around the world who have attempted to kind of address those issues in their own communities. So and at the heart or the foundation maybe of smart cities is the digital equity issue. And building from there, I think local governments can work to next build that capacity. Really make sure that their local government staff, their city staff, has the resources that they need to solve some of these problems. And that requires a significant coordination with the international community, for example, and organizations like UN Habitat that have resources that have and can offer project-based solutions to problems by working collaboratively with local governments. And I think building that capacity layer is probably the next most important piece, moving into all of those other issues, around cybersecurity and digital rights and all the challenges that are introduced by new tech.
Thanks, Emily. And maybe I can ask the same question to you, Dr. Orachat. What would you say would be the most important couple of things for a city getting started on this journey?
Yes. Sorry. Okay. Actually, I think the understanding of the smart city is the really important things. Both of the user as a citizen and the government, who is their provider, their service provider. Each of them should have their minimum knowledge in their roles to be part to drive their smart city. And another thing that I would like to add on, actually the smart city is not limited to the digital technology. The smart city have the very broad sense of we can use any kind of technology. Of course, the city smart because of the data is in the digital form. But when we mention about the smart city, I would like to remind that the city is smart is not just the digital technology, but it's all others technology also, or maybe the innovation also. So as you mentioned earlier, sometimes some city can be smarter without the high technology, but it's just a way of innovation for the process, for the management. It could be smarter also. So yeah, I would like to add on. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that perspective. All right, I just want to remind everyone that we have put the link to these playbooks in the chat. You can go and check them out, make use of them. Please get in touch with us if you want to work with us on this topic, if you want to discuss with us how these playbooks could be used in your context. And then I want to thank our panelists here, and particularly Emily, who's done such a fantastic job on leading the development of these playbooks. Thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, everybody.
Perfect. That was great. Yes.
Great. Paolo, do we know
And the winner is Buenos Aires.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Smart City Digital program. We have just known, you heard it, that Buenos Aires is the winner of this year's City Award, the World Smart City Awards. Congratulations to Buenos Aires. But the City Award was not the only one that has been doled out, and we have the great honor of having two of the Leadership Award prize winners with us right now. This Leadership Award is a new prize this year, which recognizes exemplary living individuals who have made significant and demonstrable contributions to advancing smart cities projects worldwide during the last 10 years and have shown outstanding leadership over this period. Let's see how the winners are feeling. Paula Dali is now with them.
Yes, Jamie, here I am with Benedetta Tagliabue and Carlos Moreno, two of the winners of today's evening. Congratulations, first of all, to you both. And I wanted to ask you, you both are a crucial part of the betterment of cities around the world and have been here at the Expo many times. What do you think this event means for the sector?
Well, I'm very happy about this event happening in Barcelona, which is a city that I love. And can I take my mask out?
Yes.
And I believe it's really important for the city to have a consciousness and for everybody to know about what's going on, what's the new technology, how we can think cities which are better for the citizens. And I think this is a really good place to talk about it. So I'm so proud about having won an award here.
Great. What about you, Carlos?
Thank you. Barcelona, it's a wonderful city, and this event, Smart City Expo World Congress, for 12 years. This is the spot for exchanging, discussing, developing new collaborations on cities for transforming each one of cities around the world and livable cities. For me, this is an amazing experience. For 10 years, physically, 12 with 2 years virtually, because the pandemic, and I think that this is a very good opportunity for meeting new people, for developing new ideas, and I am very happy to be here again physically.
Yes, that's wonderful that we can get back together here. I also wanted to ask you, what does this prize mean to you?
This prize is for me a great surprise, and in particular with the Leadership Award, I think that we wanted to underline, in my case, a scientific contribution for cities, in particular with the happy proximities, but at the same time, it's not my personal recognition, but the recognition with my research team at the Sorbonne University. This is a recognition as well of the mayors around the world, who, because the mayors have decided to adopt this idea for transforming each one of cities into a 50-minute city. And this is a recognition of the support of the international organization, C46, United Nations Habitat, and other. I think that this is, for me, a collective recognition more than my personal recognitions.
That's wonderful. What about you, Benedetta?
I'm very happy, very surprised. I was thinking, what am I doing here with such gigantic digital companies and teams? And I was sure not to win, but I was very happy to listen to the reasons why they gave the award to me, because of this trying to make public space or better cities. We are working as architects and urban planners in many places in the world, including China, but also Europe, and wherever we design, we try to make places better than before, which is very easy to say, not very easy to do. But this is our effort, and I'm very pleased that it was awarded.
It's wonderful. It's super well deserved. And let me ask you about your projects. Could you describe one of those projects that you're proudest of?
It's difficult. I always explain that projects are like children. So maybe I have many children. I love all of them. There is one which was historical. We did it in Barcelona. And we did, I think, very egoistical, a transformation of a piece of city which was our piece of city. This was Santa Caterina in the old city of Barcelona. And I think this was a kind of a transformation which was waited for more than 200 years. So we were so lucky to be able to see it realized. That's why I love it. And also because it's next to our home and it's in our heart.
So true, so true. What about you, Carlos?
Yes. My mission statement as a scientific is to imagine the new futures, to anticipate the new mutations, to propose new paradigm. And in fact, I think that I'm very proud of when 1% of one of our ideas has the possibility for transforming in the reality a city. Today, the city of Paris is today work in progress for 50-minute city, Buenos Aires, Chengdu, for just 3 different cities in 3 different continents. I am very proud of to contribute to transform the daily life everywhere around the world.
That's wonderful. Let me ask you, are there any experts that you consider your inspiration, someone that has helped you build your projects?
Today, I think that the project is to develop a very dynamic international community. We wanted to launch at the beginning of the next year the International Observatory of Proximities with different international organizations. And this is a new way for continuing to gather this community around the world.
Wonderful. Thank you very much to you both. And we'll get to you back soon. Jamie.
Well, it was an exciting afternoon. Congratulations, you two. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Tagliabue. Congratulations to Buenos Aires too, and thank you too, Lau. How does a city become a smart city? The path to such a goal can be varied. One such success story to learn from is Amsterdam, and our next speaker, Leonie van den Burgen, is an urban development expert, driven to create social value and convinced that only by working together across borders we can create smart and more habitable cities for all. She currently works as a program director for Amsterdam Smart City, an independent innovation platform accelerating transitions to create a more livable metropolitan region. She is now with Natalie in the speaker's room. Let's check in with them.
Hi, Jamie. Yes, we're super excited to have Leonie van den Burgen here with us today to get a little bit more insights into what's happening in Amsterdam. So thanks for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me here.
And first of all, we kind of wanted to learn more about mobility. That's a huge theme for smart cities this year. And I know, Amsterdam is really famous for its bikes and its trams. And can you tell us more about, in the ways that Amsterdam has really modernized mobility and what you're doing differently to other European cities?
Yes, of course I can. Well, sure, we have a lot of bikes, but still we have way too many cars driving around, clogging the streets, but also standing still. clogging the streets as well. So what we're really attending towards now is having less cars, having more shared cars in order to open up more private space. And one of the topics where I'm really fond of is this: when we create this shared mobility, it will not be rented shared mobility, so people renting from a huge corporation, but we'll rent shared mobility between citizens. So we create neighborhoods where people share their cars, bikes, and stuff, so they have a co-ownership, which actually also leads to more social cohesion. Yeah.
That's great. So you really kind of have this idea of a circular economy and you're integrating that into mobility in a way.
Yeah, because we really want to have any technological innovation also be a sociological innovation, even more so for people who don't have access to good mobility. And with the shared mobility, even everyone can go anywhere.
That's great. And next we wanted to learn more about Project Sensing Lab, the responsible sensing lab that you have, and really what lessons learned you've drawn from, the use of smart technologies and how they interact with the public space. What lessons can you share with us?
Well, maybe one very important lesson already is that it's very good that we take care and that we try to be responsible and we put our signs anywhere. But lots of people within a city don't care at all, which is actually a good thing, because that means while they're not very worried about censoring, that means that they all trust it. For us, even though it enables us and enriches us in the idea that we need to keep on working on being responsible and keep on explaining that we're doing it wisely and carefully. Because all these sensors really help in monitoring air quality and improving it, but we need to do it responsibly.
Great, and speaking of air quality, I know Amsterdam is really sensitive to climate change as well, rising sea levels. So how can the concept of smart cities and this transformation also help this transition and in helping to build a more resilient city?
It really helps in having a better understanding of materials, because we're going to have to need to use other materials in the streets, for example, which can really be rainproof and have more water. But we also need to know where it's deep, where it's fluid, where we can collect water. And what we learned last couple of summers, we also have drought. So now with smart solutions, we know when there is water, when we need water, how to collect, store, and reuse it again. So this is one of the many examples of how smart technology will help in being resilient.
Great, I think we have time for one quick question. But I know you've also been hosting a series of events called the Data Dilemma series. Are there kind of any quick takeaways you could share from hosting that series?
Well, maybe the quickest one is we're definitely going to continue it, because none of the dilemmas we solved. But every time it's very interesting, because all this use of technology and data brings lots of benefits, but also lots of downsides. And we need to keep having this dialogue, moving further, explore and be creative. And that's every time the outtake again, that's that we learn and we know a little bit more, and that we need to keep on be vigilant, making this nice combination of analog and virtual technology.
Finding a good balance there. Really. Well, thank you so much for sharing those insights from Amsterdam. And with that, we'll hand it back to Jamie in the studio. Thank you.
I have to say that this only makes us want to go back to Amsterdam more, and I've been there a few times. Leonie van der Burken, thank you very much for talking today with us, and thank you too, Natalie. Every year, people from all over the world come together here at the Smart City Congress to discuss and learn about the newest innovations that can improve urban life. However, When we are not together here in Barcelona, it is up to dedicated leaders to continue their research and creativity, coming up with solutions to cities' challenges. Ms. Beat Albert is the head of the Smart City Unit at the Berlin Partner for Business and Technology, and we are so glad to be able to speak with her. She is with Paula at the Solutions section right now. Let's talk to them.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. Here I am with Miss Albert, and I wanted to ask you about those amazing projects you have. What is the Smart City project?
Of course, this is not just a project, but it's an approach. So it's our method how to reorganize Berlin. You might know that Berlin has a strategy from 2015, but we redefining what smart city means for Berlin.
All right. Can you show us a little about those solutions you will be exhibiting during the event?
Yeah, we are here with some solution and service providers from Berlin with their solutions, being in the IoT sector, but also services for cities and municipalities. Lots of startups are with you here, Motion Tech, Amnify, and so on. So we take our youngsters and innovative creators with us to show the world what Berlin develops.
Okay, what about the City Lab? Can you show us a little bit?
That's
we've
something
got it over
very
there.
special. So 3 years ago, we opened in Berlin a City Lab, a place where people can try out new things, where we also create the new participation process for our new strategy. So it's a very broad participatory process with our guys from the City Lab organized, and they themselves are a project. That means they develop open source platforms, engage citizens. For instance, you see here to water the city trees, and this all via an open source platform, and many, many other projects. So it's a vibrant place with a lot of community engagement for Berlin.
Wow, sounds amazing, super exciting. And what are those main challenges that you face when you work with the public administration, with the private sector? What are those?
It's still working in silos. Of course, we have all the data, but there's no central data hub, so we don't use our data for different use cases. So we still have to work on that to find good APIs and so on, so to make data available for other use cases as well. Just to mention one problem in Berlin. Yeah.
Okay, great. And what other projects you're working on that you might be able to show us next year on next year's exhibition?
There is one actually on the other corner side, a huge district called Urban Tech Republic and Schumacher Quartier, which is our former Tegel airport, will be reused, redeveloped into a smart district, and it's one of the biggest in whole Europe as a smart district. So this is a lighthouse project for whole Europe, and of course that solutions we try out in Tegel will be a solution which we can scale up to whole Berlin.
Wow, are these projects, have you presented these projects to the Berlin Society? Are they excited about them? Have you seen any reactions around the citizens?
Yeah, Tegel is a project which is monitored permanently, where our workshops with the citizens to show them what will happen there. And of course, you need broad acceptance by the people living there to install such projects. So yes, there are a lot of such engagement and participatory projects for the inhabitants as well.
Right. Can you dive deeper, a little deeper on one of those projects, part of those projects that you think is more exciting?
More exciting than Berlin.
Inside the Berlin project you were talking about previously, the first one you talked about, is there any part of that project that seems super exciting?
So the mentioned Tegel project, this smart city or smart city district, will be part of a huge corridor of other districts together with Siemensstadt Square, a new living district, this is the new Gartenfeld, and we plan in Berlin this in an integrated manner, a mobility concept that will be our Real Labor Northwest, so an integrated planning of 3 districts, and the mentioned Schumacher Quartier at Tegel will have a open source data platform, the Future Hub, and this will be realized in a co-creation process with our public utilities, with the housing companies who will install the buildings, timber buildings there. So this is a real new movement in Berlin, how to create this district. Not just construct it, but establish a data platform for the facility management, for all the processes in establishing and providing this district.
Wow, that sounds really exciting. A very, very ambitious project. Good luck with it. And thank you for having us today here at the Expo.
Thanks for letting us in again. So we are so happy to be live and in color here again in Barcelona. Greetings to all of you.
That's great. Thank you very much. Back to you, Jamie.
Miss Beat Albert, what a pleasure having you here today at Smart City Expo World Congress. Thank you for your time. Speaking straight from New York, Mr. Jeremy Goldberg talks about the impact and the importance of urban technology.
Dumbo is representative of where the old and the new of New York City meet, and our cities are built over centuries. We're just the latest to make changes. I'm here today in Dumbo, down under the Manhattan Bridge overpass. And where I'm standing used to be marshland. And in the 17th century, this area was filled to build and create manufacturing, innovation, and new technology advancements. In fact, in the 19th century, Robert Gare, just a couple blocks away from here, created the cardboard box, clearly demonstrating that technology and innovation is at the center in the history of Dumbo. And that tells us a lot of new stories and opportunities about the future of what urban technology means for us today. The moment today calls for a new framing of smart cities, one where the old meets the new. Because cities have always been the place where bold, innovative, and creative ideas thrive. And in order for that digital transformation to happen in smart cities, we must build with our past and present in mind for a greater and better future city. When people are at the forefront of urban innovation, people trust our technologies. That means that we must solve real problems and produce real impacts for people. In short, smart cities thrive when people and businesses thrive. Governments have a responsibility and an obligation to serve all people. That's why accessibility is a top priority. Now, there's nothing natural about this place. It's only as accessible as we make it. And because of that, most of the infrastructure approaches that we take are retrofitting things that have existed before us. Moving forward, we must take a more proactive stance and be a stronger partner in providing accessible solutions and services for all people. This place looks very different than it did 15 years ago when I visited for the first time. And it will certainly look different 15 years from now than it does today. Our job and our purpose is to ensure that cities and places like this around the globe are able to tackle problems and deliver real results that enable people and businesses to thrive. Microsoft is thrilled to be the trusted partner for governments and working through digital transformations and technologies around the globe. Learn more about our work at microsoft.com/government.
Microsoft is empowering governments around the world to deliver extraordinary experiences to the people they serve. Together, we can launch skills initiatives that close the talent gap and drive economic recovery. We leverage AI and data analytics to create inclusive, people-focused services, promoting accessibility and equitable outcomes for everyone. We build trusted government services by adopting the highest standards of security and compliance. And together, we can prioritize new and emerging technologies with sustainability benefits built in, supporting employees to be more productive and have a smaller carbon footprint. At Microsoft, our mission is to empower every government agency and person on the planet to achieve more.
Achieving a feasible and resilient future for all citizens in alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals is imperative in today's world. The response to challenges such as deteriorating ecosystems and social inequality must be potent, rapid and engaging. Our next speaker is incredibly knowledgeable in the area of sustainable development. Ms. Molina is Special Advisor for Sustainable Development to the Sao Paulo Municipal Government and coordinates the Turning Point SDG Festival, a public project aimed at popularizing and engaging the population of the city of Sao Paulo in sustainable development goals of the United Nations Agenda for 2030. Ms. Molina, welcome to Smart City.
Thank you. I'm so excited. It's my first time here in Barcelona in the Smart Expo World Congress. And we are learning so much and want to bring to São Paulo some partnerships.
That's the goal here. We all learn from each other. So first question, Ms. Molina, how is the process of involving and engage Sao Paulo citizens into the sustainable development of the city?
Okay, and engaging the population is the only proper and only process that will get us on an effective path to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. In São Paulo, we have a notice. One hand, how the city is strategic, planning its goals and actions are connected with SDG agenda. But in other hand, a very small part of the population know what means this agenda and are aware of this. And how could this work if the population is disconnection of these actions of the São Paulo city?
Yeah.
And this agenda is by and for the people. And they should be the protagonists of this transformation. With this in mind, the Municipal Secretariat of International Affairs of São Paulo launched this year the festival Virada SDG. Virada, it's a word that has no translation, but it means like a turn to K, a big change.
Okay.
It's like a big change. And it's a public policy that involves education, culture, communication, innovation, technology, economic development, and access to just around the coordinated agenda of public policy, and a super festival in all the city, which will take place between July 8 and 10 next year.
Virada.
Virada SDG.
I've known that word now. So some studies have showed cities contribute more than 70% to global CO2 emissions, making the transition and adaptation towards climate-friendly policies absolutely crucial. How do you see the coordination of cities as key to helping combat climate change, and what role SDGs goals may play in this?
Okay, that's a good question. I would like to give a not so obvious answer.
Okay.
And make it clear that in that way, Barcelona is an inspiration for São Paulo. Why? In our city, most of the carbon emissions are related to the vehicle fleet, the mobility. Beyond our goal of eliminating traditional diesel in the city by 2030, we need to discuss that in order to effectively achieve the sustainable development goals, we need to build a denser cities. That is, with more infrastructure per inhabitant per square kilometer, which optimize water, energy, and environment resource, and reduce social distance. Think about building and sustainable cities and communities, SDG 11, and about partnerships to get there, SDG 70. I would like to suggest the importance of cooperation for social urbanism and green retrofit between cities, following the example of International Congress on Landscape and Urbanism between São Paulo and Barcelona. Rethink our city models for greening and smarter communities that put people in the center must be the priority for 2030 agenda.
I'm sure that you are learning from Barcelona and many cities in the world. Yeah, we learn from São Paulo too, no doubt of that. As the coordinator of the Turning Point SDG Festival, can you tell us what its the main outcomes have been and the creative ways in which you have engaged citizens of São Paulo with the targets and objectives of the United Nations Agenda 2030?
Okay, and the first edition of the SDG Festival, Virada, will take place in July next year, and our expectation is very high. And the work is full swing. The event will have 10 poles spread throughout all the regions of the city, with one main pole, which be on the Oscar Niemeyer Bienal Pavilion at the Ibirapuera Park. We expected more than 1,000 people of public in the main pole and more than 30,000 people in the other poles around the city, visiting the conference, lectures, courses, mentoring, art exhibitions, and other things. We will hold a mega show, a music show.
A mega too.
A super festival music show in the new Anhangabaú Valley. That's the name, Anhangabaú. A space that has recently undergone a retrofit process in the historic center of São Paulo, with international and national actors, expecting to attract audience more than 2,000 people and support the SDGs. It's a big event. And I must highlight the business rounds and the SDG, ESG partnerships to attract and close new opportunities for the city, and also to work with SDG ambassadors, which are more than 100 civic activists who will act as mentors to elementary school and students, helping them develop the final essay based on SDGs. And to measure the impact of the SDG Festival, Virada, since the first edition, we are developing a monitor that will work as an SDG map around the city of São Paulo, aiming to show the evolution of the population's knowledge and engagement about the 2030 agenda.
One last question. Based on your work at the São Paulo Municipal Secretariat for International Relations in the areas of technology, innovation and sustainability, can you tell us more about recent and exciting projects that you are developing in the city of São Paulo?
Okay, absolutely. And I would like to highlight the ODS, in Portuguese, SDG,
yes.
SDGs in English, Hackathon, and the Green Sampa Hub. During the SDG Festival, we would hold a marathon competition between 100 professionals in technology and diverse areas, divided into groups with the objective of creating disruptive innovation solutions to solve problems related to the 2030 agenda in São Paulo. The winners will receive an amount of money to develop the pilot of project of the solution present, as well as mentoring, acceleration, and networking support. We will have registration for those interested in participating and also in sponsoring the SDG Hackathon, which will take place at Hub Green Sampa. This place is the first space in the city to encourage the development of startups that are working in the green technology sector, green tech. And this space is installed in a historic incinerated building where trash used to burn in the capital and now is a sustainable site located in a Victor Swift Square which has also passed to retrofit, revitalized, and is today is a museum of sustainability. All this next to the Pinheiros is the name, yes. Train station, subway, and bus terminal, and in the largest commercial and financial center in the city. This is the green economy building the city of the future.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Ms. Molina, it was your first time in Barcelona, and I'm looking forward to visit Sao Paulo very soon.
Yes, we are waiting you in July in the Virada SDG Festival.
Hopefully I'll be in that Virada. Thank you very much, Ms. Molina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now it's time to see what Natalie is doing. Where is she and who is talking with? Because I'm told it's a very important person. Federica Bordello is a policy advisor at Eurocities. Isn't that right, Natalie?
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. I'm really excited to have Ms. Bordello here with us to speak a little bit more about digital inclusion and what it takes to achieve that. So welcome.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. And first off, we really wanted to ask about, how local governments across Europe can come together to ensure an inclusive digital transition. What does it take? And also what policies are needed to support that shift?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, maybe it's worth it to mention that local governments are really pioneers in terms of digital inclusion strategies and practices and actions. I remember our first publication of Eurocities that it was dated 2009 that really collected a number of best practices from cities on inclusion and citizen engagement. So it's really over a decade, if you like, that they are really engaged on this. Then nowadays, of course, with the COVID-19 pandemic, all this process accelerated a lot, and there was really a need from the local governments to react and to react quickly to the crisis, and so to help people, all different targets, all different kind of people, all the citizens, so to provide in a way equipment, but also to develop their skills and their capabilities. So if you ask me what they are actually doing, well, they enable, to develop this, actually to develop more and better accessibility, if you like. And what do? They provide, as I said, equipment, so devices. I can give you an example. For instance, during the pandemic, the city of Cardiff distributed over 7,500 devices to young children to be able to follow online classes. But of course, it's not just about the right equipment. It's also a lot about skills, and therefore they develop a number of programs, courses that, as I said, they are really targeted to all the different kind of people. So from the disadvantaged ones, or the elderly, the young, the pupils. I can give an example of Zaragoza, for instance, who has developed a very interesting program for young kids to really develop through playing their capabilities and their digital skills. Or the city of Helsinki, who developed a class, an online course, it was, on basic elements of artificial intelligence. So for actually already educated people, to develop even more their knowledge and capabilities. Then it's I mean, I could mention many different examples. It's also important, for instance, for, I don't know, develop and boost entrepreneurship, maybe in disadvantaged communities, you know, to really create the conditions for startups to launch their business in disadvantaged communities and really give jobs and boost growth and economic growth. So I really think that we can see how is important, you know, the role of local governments in boosting digital inclusion practices for making, for having a successful digital transformation in that sense.
Great. Well, thank you so much for that great overview. And I think, you know, we're running out of time, but just quickly to kind of round up, I wanted to learn more about really the role of data in supporting a inclusive digital transition. Could you give us kind of a rundown of why data is so important?
Well, data are all around us. I'm producing data while I'm speaking, right? So I think that the data are the core, are the crucial role. You need to measure, if you like, you know, the challenges, the problems that people, that citizens have, to be able to develop policies that are really targeted, you know, to address those challenges. So this is, I mean, just one example, but, and then what we also need to do is to have more data, to be able to access and to use and reuse and to share more data, to be able, you know, to really have the tools, if you like, to address these challenges and problems.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a great time at the rest of the Congress, and good luck with all of your important work in around inclusivity.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And back to you, Jamie.
Thank you for a wonderful conversation, Ms. Bordelot, and thank you, Natalie, too. We'll come to you in just a while. Our cities run smoothly thanks to intelligent and efficient governance. With so many changes ranging from climate change to COVID-19 being thrust upon metropolises, it is imperative that city governance rise to the task. To talk with us on the matter, we have an incredibly experienced professional. Ms. Ila Oren is the CEO of the Tel Aviv Foundation. Welcome to Smart City.
Thank you for having me. I'm so happy.
I know you are. You told me you are really enjoying the Congress this year. What role does data have in each of your cities in improving governance in the future?
I think data yes, is a great tool. We need it to understand different communities and different needs of our residents. But we must make sure that the data doesn't govern us. I mean, it's a tool and it's a great tool, but we need to really listen to our residents and open the public space so people can use it and feel that they can share each other and meet each other, especially now after COVID. But of course, data is something that helps us go to specific target audience and each one know exactly what they need. If a child needs to be registered for school, if an elderly needs help, if someone needs food, health issues, whatever.
How can you engage with the citizens? Because some of them might be afraid of all these data stories, maybe understanding that they can be controlled. How can you explain them that this can be a really positive thing?
First of all, it's part of a culture. I think the Tel Aviv culture, the Israeli culture, is not so much afraid of sharing data. I do understand that other cultures, European, American, are a little bit, you know, away.
Skeptical.
Exactly, I would use that word. So for us, maybe because of our culture, maybe because the way we use the data and we understand the good things that come out of it. For instance, our health process helps so much when all our data is controlled by one place. We don't see it as the big brother that's controlling us.
Exactly.
We see it as we have the data that helps us get and improve our life. But again, as I told you before, I do believe that data is only a tool, and smart cities are cities that are open and understand that we have to share our values and make sure that the people that really need us, the asylum seekers, the weak communities, can get through these data, help, and other things that they need.
That's true. Can you explain to the audience how local governments are enablers of change in terms of multi-level governance? For example, the many initiatives of the Tel Aviv Foundation is doing.
So again, multi-level, it's always about different communities. The sports community needs something different than the LGBT community, than the elderly. We even have a community for dogs or dog owners, because they also, in a way, but you know, the dog owners, all that they care is about their dogs. We have a baby community. Again, it's for the mothers, but it's always some kind of a community that has a special need, special issues, and by having all their data together, we can push them whatever they need. Tomorrow we open registration, there's food over here, the street is going to be blocked, da-da-da. And by that, the data does help us through our Digitel, it's the citizens card, that we can use it and help them, especially, by the way, at Corona, when people were at home, we needed to keep distance, and we could help all through our digital card.
It's been absolutely useful, for sure. Governance cannot be separated from citizens' engagement. Can you explain how your respectively cities work to accomplish that?
Can you?
Yes. So, governance cannot be separated from its citizens and the engagement of the citizens. So, can you explain how are your respectively cities working with that? So, how can you just connect these two things and avoid being them separated, or maybe the citizens understanding that they could be separated?
Look, citizens are their own territories or whatever. They don't engage to a city just because the city wants to. When me and you wake up in the morning, we just want to have good life. We want to enjoy our family, have good health, you know.
Have a nice breakfast.
Exactly, have a nice breakfast. The city, the governance needs to take care and make sure that we know how to reach them and how to engage them. Now, where do we meet in the middle? I think a lot of the times we have to meet out there in the public space. There's two public spaces. There's real public space, cities, streets, quarters, whatever, and there's virtual public space. Also, you need to make that accessible, because you know, people in the age of 60 and up don't always feel so secure in the virtual public space. They don't like to go into websites, they don't know how to reach, how to register, whatever. It's up to us, the governance, to make it accessible. And then again, we get better services for them. So this is one. And the second is the open spaces, as we talked about, as an equalizer. Someplace that everybody feels equal. They can eat outside, they can work outside. Until now, we used public spaces only for leisure, for sports. We used to go and play, but we never thought of meeting and working outside. We had our co-working space, right? WeWork. Yeah. How about a WeWork outside? Taking that outdoor and making it functional, I think, is the next step for real smart cities.
Because that was my next question. We talk about goals and challenges here. What will the next decade of governance bring in terms of improving the quality of life of citizens?
So here it is. By 2050, we know 75% of the population is going to live in cities. But they're going to live in little apartments, right? They need, for their well-being, they need air, they need art, they need greenery, they need so many things. All of these things can be managed in the public space. So we need to think of our public space as everybody's space, as everybody will have a little garden outside. They can draw outside, they can work, they can do their homework outside. They don't have to go to the school. They can go to school in the morning, and in the afternoon they can use the public space if the public space will be functional. That means outdoor furniture with Wi-Fi, with light, with shadow, with music, with places where we can make our food, where we can diaper our little kids. It needs to be functional, happy, and then the well-being of all of us will be much better, because you know, part of the pandemic was the loneliness. We don't talk about these things. We just talk about digital and great tools, but all of these people back at home feeling so lonely, connecting people, it's not virtual, it's real people, and connecting them out there is our next challenge. I believe this is where my passion, I'm going to work very hard with the Tel Aviv Foundation, so the next 10 years Tel Aviv is already a very a great city. I don't know if you've been, and if you have.
No.
So here's an open invitation.
I will.
I will be your
For
host,
sure.
and then you'll see how real open space managed.
Ms. Oren, thank you very much for making Tel Aviv a better place, the world a better place, and for being so passionate about it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Cities are the main drivers of change. At the same time, they have suffered most deeply from the effects of the economic and health crisis caused by COVID-19. It is therefore more urgent than ever to rebuild our cities with a new, more feminist and egalitarian perspective, making them a safer and more efficient environment for all. Our next speakers are experts on cities and women's rights. Anna Falou is a reputed architect, and she is UCLG gender expert and current founder of Women and Habitat Network in Latin America. Carola Gunnarsson combines her job as the mayor of the Swedish town Sala with her position as UCLG vice president. And Dennis Gilmore is senior director, Division of Social Justice and Racial Equity. Welcome all three to Smart City Expo. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So first question, what is feminist urbanism and why is it important?
Well, long time of feminists saying that it was so important to talk about feminist urbanism. And what it talks about, the omission of women. Planning and urban planning has been always designed under an androcentric vision. Men at the center. Men, but not all the men. White men, young men, men in cars, productive men. So many men outside that conception, but all women, all the women, yeah? So the omission of women in urban planning, in the city's conception, is what we from the feminists are talking to really revert this in the cities. The feminist cities should include all, not being think under the neutrality, because neutrality doesn't exist. We need to talk about the diversity, the differences that are cross-cutting women. Women are not only one. Women are cross-cut by race, by ethnicity, by ages, but sexual identities, and so many others. So I think this is central to think cities.
And there's so much work to be done.
To include women in their diversities and the diversity of the society.
Obviously. The COVID-19 crisis highlighted the obvious inequalities between men and women even more. It especially evidenced how the burden of care rests mostly on women. What could do cities in the future to bring a balance?
Well, first of all, I think it's important that we work for gender equality in the whole society. A crucial piece of the puzzle for gender equality is a more equal family and working life. And then we need data to support the strive for gender equality, but we can also do a lot of work within our municipalities as a local leaders. For example, it's a question of childcare to make it possible for women to have a job, but it's also about elderly care, for example. As many women today has the responsibility not only for the children, but also for the elderly people, their fathers and mothers. So we can do a lot also on the local level, and we must remember that as local leaders.
Obviously, and we have to make true changes for equality, right? I have a question for you, Ms. Gilmore. In order to create new, more equal spaces and policies, it is vital to have more women in decision-making positions. So are you seeing any progress in relation to this?
So absolutely. I can speak for our work in Birmingham, Alabama, that our mayor, Randall Woodfin, actually launched a women's initiative where he invited 33 women, and not usually the civic leaders and the people you would expect, but grassroots women who are experiencing all kinds of issues, just not only due to COVID, but just some of the disparities that exist with health and education. And so we formed this grassroots initiative so that women could be in the leadership position of deciding what was best for their own neighborhoods and for their own city.
And I saw Ms. Falou nodding her head here. She totally agreed with what you said.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, because the leadership of the grassroots is so important. I mean, the pandemic, the COVID-19 showed that to the humanity, how women in the worst condition in Latin America, in the fragmented cities of Latin America, the poor women were taking care not only of their relatives and their families, but of the community. So that is also the building of leaderships in the communities and the recognition of them.
I have another question, because cities have a central role in fighting gender violence. So how do we build cities that are safer for women?
So I would just add that as part of the women's initiative, the women decided the areas they wanted to focus on. And of course, safety was one of the areas, and particularly in advance of the World Games that will be held in Birmingham in July of 2022, they wanted to focus on human trafficking and to have a human trafficking awareness campaign throughout the city, to ask the city to actually, in all of the public spaces, and everything that the city has at its disposal to use, to ensure that the message was out there. So that's one of the things is really focused on trying to reduce human trafficking, particularly where our city is located. It is right along a major interstate where there is a high volume of human trafficking.
But at the same time, you must remember that most of the violence is domestic.
That's right.
Yeah. And each day, 137 women around the world are killed every day by a family member. So then I think that as a local society, local politicians, we must work with taking care of also the domestic violence. And then the social welfare system is very important to protect and help women and their children if there are domestic violence.
Yeah.
And we also need to prevent this by starting very, very early, already in the preschool and school. We have to talk about gender equality to make even the boys from the very beginning aware of how to behave and how to live together with female persons.
Yeah, I would like to add to what my colleague said, that it is central and key to recognize that violence, the most of the violence is, as Carola said, indoors. But nevertheless, outdoors, there is also a tremendous violence, a sexual harassment against women that are to live in a city, to move, to work in a city with a body of women is not the same that being with a body of men, of any man. That will make the enormous differences. So women not only perceive the criminality of the sexual harassment or the killing, the femicide, but also the fear. And fear is so important because fear makes that women go again indoors where they are living the most violent situation. And what the pandemic showed us? The pandemic showed us that the increase of violence, a tremendous increase of violence. In Argentina, in my country, every 29 hours a woman was killed under the pandemic situation. In the first year of the pandemic. And in the second year, that number nearly doubled. So we are talking about something that is a public worry, should be a public policies, and there are a lot of actions. For instance, la tesis in Chile, the culture also, the media people, are central, are key to put this issue of violence in the center of the agenda.
And you were talking about governments and policies, you too, and it's interesting because normally everybody emphasizes the paper of big governments, national governments, but what is the key role for local governments in all this?
No.
Well, I think it's crucial that we have local governments who take this into account and see the serious question. And as I said, we need a social welfare system. We need to have shelters on the local level to take care of women and children. But at the same time, we must work to empower women, because we must make women stronger and also open the doors to make it possible for women to take part in local political life. Because all political work starts on the local level.
Yeah.
And if we can empower women to take part in this local political life, we can also make women stronger in all the work of the society.
And I would just add that that is one of the goals of the Women's Initiative, is to allow women to lead, to make decisions, and then also to be able to bring in other women from the broader community so that they can help inform policy for local government. So as opposed to, as we all know, local government deciding, you actually have the voices of the women who are saying, this is what we want to do and what policies we want so that we're safer. Not only our physical safety, but our mental health. As I think another area that we also have to focus on when we talk about women's safety and well-being.
Now, I want you to ask a question. You have something to say.
No, I would like to add something, because something we didn't say, and I think it's important, and that is also linked to why the local arena is so relevant, is much more relevant, is the sexual division of labor. The world is still today imagining that men are the productive and women are only in the reproductive function, the social reproductive function. And that has to do with the local arena, with the city fragments, with the proximity of the services, with the proximity of the equipment, with the proximity of the workplaces, with child care, with elderly care. So the local authorities, I think, are much more sensitive to this. This is one side, but also, and I'm coming back to the pandemic, the pandemic showed the importance of women leadership, empathy. The pandemic showed us all over the world how the women's leadership really had a more efficient reaction to the pandemic as the democratic societies, the democratic cities, and the democratic society had a much better response to the pandemic. So all this is linked, and the local arena is the space of the everyday life. And as Ada Colau, the mayor of Barcelona, says, we need to politicize the domestic, the everyday life. We need to put that at the center of the agenda of the local authorities. So I think that is linked to this thought and thinking on why local arena is so relevant, why women's leadership is so relevant, and also the consolidated leadership and the young voices, the new voices, the grassroots organizations, the networks, the experts. So it's a labor that needs of all of us.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fallou, Ms. Kilmer, Ms. Connerson. Thank you for trying to make a better world for everyone, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to you, Jimmy. Thank you very much.
Greening mobility is a huge challenge for cities, and traditional fleets are expensive and pollutant. This is why companies at the Smart City Expo are working on collective transport like small buses that can move without drivers. Paula is with AF Aftermarket people. Let's see how the bus in a suburban district might look.
Yes, Jamie, here I am inside of this marvelous ATS, Autonomous Transport System, that belongs to CF Aftermarket. And here I am also with Marco Newbold.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hello. Nice having you.
How are you spending your day here at the fair?
Yeah, it's fantastic here. We have a lot of great contacts and discussion. And we are standing in front of our solution for urban and smart mobility, an autonomous shuttle which comes with a sensor set, so which can move fully automatic, level 4, without a human being inside, no safety driver. And of course it's an electric version, as you can imagine, so sustainable mobility.
Wonderful. How many people can fit inside of it?
This shuttle size is designed for 22 people in space there, and the shuttle can run up to a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, which is quite fast. But we have several use cases, so inner city transportation, but also connecting suburbs, and that's why you need a little bit higher speed then.
Wonderful. Can we see it in any cities already?
Yes, of course. We have several of those shuttles running. Maybe one example, we have 6 of those shuttles running in a business park in Rotterdam, which is the Rivian Park. But also you could see them at the Brussels airport, for example.
Wow. Hopefully we can see them at all cities real soon. But for now, thank you very much for showing us.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Back to you, Jamie.
It looks like a brilliant future indeed. I want to get on those as soon as possible. Thank you, Paula.
Nuestro planeta se enfrenta a retos medioambientales sin precedentes. En FCC somos conscientes de ello y nos sumamos a cada gesto siempre al servicio del ciudadano. Cuando reciclas, nosotros estamos a tu lado en cualquier lugar del mundo, a cualquier hora del día, reciclando contigo. Con un solo gesto puedes transformar el mundo. El planeta cuenta contigo y tú cuentas con nosotros.
At this point in the Congress, we must ask ourselves what impact digital-based companies can have on cities' economies. We are going to ask professionals in the digital sector how they can contribute to improve local economies through tech and internationalization. For this purpose, we are connecting with Argentina, where we have two very special guests. Mr. Pablo Baldomar Jones, president of the Polo IT La Plata, who is an expert in digital entrepreneurship, digital transformation and software development, and Mr. Mauricio Salvatierra, president of the Chamber of Companies of the Tandil Computing Information Technology Center. Thank you both very much for joining Smart City Digital program today. Mr. Baldomar, based on your own business experience, how do you think cities can help local ecosystems create technological poles that contribute to the knowledge society?
Yeah, well, first, thanks for having us. It's a pleasure. Then it's worthy to mention that one ecosystem is the result of the following sectors moving in the same direction. First, the government, then the industry or the companies, then the academy or universities or the science, and then the community. So if a city wants to develop a knowledge society, needs to push not one, not two, but four of these in the same direction. We have great examples in Argentina in that sense. Some cities such as La Plata, where we have, for example, one out of three people related with universities, like being a teacher or being a student or scientists, have better opportunities since you have more talented people. And in fact, the city was founded with that purpose. But there are great examples like Mar del Plata, Tandil, that Mauricio is going to share also, Córdoba, that also show that this is possible. In Latin America, I would say that local governments are those with the challenge to have a better alignment to the rest of the sector to build great ecosystems. So the natural consequence of a great ecosystem is the result of the previous four items is a knowledge society, and the consequence of this is more companies, better salaries, better wages, and the consequence of this is higher gross national product. So working side by side between these four sectors is essential to create attractive cities for talent and companies and generating technology poles and in turn knowledge-based societies.
Very interesting. And Mr. Salvatierra, how can technological companies ensure that knowledge and digital transformation translates into social progress for disadvantaged neighborhoods?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this space. Well, first of all, I think we need to involve us as active part in the society, right? But not only by ourselves, we need to here the collaboration is key, right? Between the companies, local governments, private and public institutions like universities. Here in Tandil, we call associated management, right? For CEPID, the last 6 years, we changed our vision from we need talent for our companies to we need to go to the knowledge society. And around that, we have been executing more than 50 initiatives. For example, 10 years ago, here in Tandil, we only had one technology offering in the city, which is system engineer degree coming from the public university. So for the people who want to transform, who access to that kind of education was impossible because it was a really, really hard option, right? Nowadays, we have 3 additional technologies offering. And also we have a high school based in technology, right? So having working also in another initiative like Click to the Future, which is one of our initiatives, which reach around 4K young people from the high school. This initiative looks to spread the word how they can improve their work working in this industry, and focusing on how it's going to be the next generation of the workers, that they are going to need two main skills, which is understand and develop technology, right? So going on through this path, we realize our responsibility as an industry and the change and impacts that we can do, doing a lot of things for all this, and for all these things apply for everyone. So from CPIT, we believe that the people can transform, and we have a huge responsibility as an industry, and we need to take care action more deep inside our cities. And when I say take action, I meant participate, execute, and collaborate with every program that city has. Now, looking into the future, we define a new vision, and which is our why and our purpose is the people can find their talent. How we can do that is giving them the possibility to develop or unleash their human potential. And what we do to do that, we need to evolve the education. Now we are fighting a battle to try to improve our education and go into an STEAM education in order to the future generations will be able to get the knowledge.
Now let me ask Mr. Baldomin about digital trends after COVID-19, teleworking, coordination between work teams through digital platforms. How will the digital culture in business evolve in the coming years?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. We must remember that people used to commute for their jobs some months ago, where face-to-face interaction dominate. So after this COVID-19, remote has become mainstream for sure. It was mainstream for most of the companies in the US, but it was a challenge for companies in Europe 2 years ago, in Europe, in UK, and in Spain for sure. Right now, we are seeing that all companies are hiring talent and working with distributed teams. And when it comes to hire, companies used to open job searches to the world, or maybe for those places with a time alignment. And regarding digital trends, I see 5 or 6 trends in this context. One is an increase in remote teams, for sure. Then an increase of customers' demand regarding online services and purchasing. Then I see an increase of better technology in operations, in logistics, in the last mile, and in business making decisions platform. Better products in that sense, better platforms. Then I see an increase in nearshoring practices, since remote has become mainstream. Companies need to hire whenever they find talent. And finally, and the most important, is a switch regarding the talent behavior or the experts' behavior. Freedom and flexibility are now the key for them, for the talent, and hiring is not going to be the same as it was 2 years ago.
Thank you very much for that. And finally, Mr. Salvatierra, we are interested in knowing what objectives the Chamber of Companies of the Tandil Information Technology Center has set for itself in the coming years. What can be done regionally to improve the global competitiveness of local businesses?
Well, there is so many things to keep doing, right? But mainly our focus will be around 6 pillars. The first one is to keep working in the short term around talent generation initiatives for all the people, giving them opportunities, and that will help to our associate to keep growing, right? Second one is implement some export program. The idea is to teach to teach for those who are not exporting yet how to export. Here we have a specific action in the city with the local government and the university. We have created an export agency to support all this program, right? Then I think this is really, really important. Our industry have a big threat, which is technology, right? Why is that? Because the technology cycles are getting shorter, right? And things like AI, blockchain, nanotechnology, quantum, or accessibility, inclusive software are now a must in our value offering from our companies. That's why we need to keep improving and specializing our local talent. For the last 4 years, we have been running programs to do that. And we have created 2 specific degrees from the university. One is user research and inclusive design. We tackle all the things related to how we develop technology in an inclusive way. And the second one is a degree with a master degree from AI, right? Then also we have keep working with other industries like healthcare, agro industry, running some initiatives like creating a LoRa network to develop IoT technology for the farms, and I'm working in a health project in the city to integrate all the health institution and improve and optimize the citizen attentions. And finally, in the region, actually not only in the region, we are trying to do across the country. We're working with trying to share our 3-step model with other cities, like which is education, entrepreneurship, and export, right? We go to the local governments, we put some planning actions like generating education programs. Then we started to work in the DNA entrepreneur, and with a specific program, which is Prendete, is an innovation idea program where the people can present their ideas to venture capitals. And finally, we teach them how to export. So basically, that is the main pillars that the chamber is going to be focused in the next years.
Well, Mr. Salvatierra, Mr. Baldomar, good luck with your thrilling adventures ahead of you, and thank you very much for being today at Smart City Expo World Congress.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Pleasure.
We've been here for almost 2 days already, but we haven't shown you anything about how we work on the digital program here. I think Natalie is ready to scout around our team and discover what's behind the cameras. Natalie, I was going to ask where are you, but I see you just behind me. What are you doing here?
Hi, Jimmy. Well, we're actually just right behind you, and we've come for a back scene look at, what has been for this past 2 years. 2 days. It hasn't been 2 years.
It's 2 days, yeah.
But it's been 2 long days.
Having you here. What do you think about the TV set?
I think it's great. How has it been? You're in the middle here of the exhibit hall. You've been talking to a lot of interesting voices. How has that been, really?
Well, the most important thing is to have here the interviewees face-to-face, and that changes absolutely everything. And look at the TV set. Take a look at all the cameras we have. There we have a TV trick, which I can read all the script. We have 4 cameras, 2 screens. There is the lorry where everybody behind that truck is controlling everything happening in this program today. So it's just astonishing what we are doing here. And obviously, it's unbelievable the number of people that have come here to just learn things from each other, because I think this is the most important thing today. Everybody's learning something, and I've learned so much.
Great, and it's great to be back in person as well, you know, speaking to people face to face finally. Well, thank you so much. I know you're really busy prepping for all your interviews, so we'll let you get back to that.
There's much more to come.
And we'll look forward to that. Thanks, Jamie. And next, really, we have the woman who's been putting together this fantastic program, Mons Badia. And you've been working really, really hard on, you know, bringing all these diverse voices here. Could you, you know, tell us a little bit more about that process? You know, what does it take to put together this exciting program that we've seen so far?
Yes, of course. It's been truly interesting this year because due to the fact that it's been a hybrid event, we've had speakers joining on site that you have seen, they've been with you, with Jamie, but also speakers joining online. So this diversity has been interesting, and that's also something that you take into consideration when deciding for the topics of the event. We really want to portray all the challenges that cities face, and that's why we choose speakers that have various backgrounds. Something else that we are very proud about is that we have achieved a gender parity in our event, and 60% of our speakers are women.
That's a great achievement, I think, a great celebration, yeah. Perfect, and I know we've seen it really takes a team effort. You've seen some of the cameras and all the cables we've got going around here. You know, what does it take? You know, how many camera staff do we have? How many technicians? You know, what does it take to pull something like this off?
You would be surprised, but we're over 50 people working today to make this happen. So we have people leading the cameras, the audio. We also have team members that make sure that speakers can arrive here or call them desperately if they are not making it on time. We also have a mobile unit right behind us where we have the control and realization led by our colleague Vanessa. So we're so many and very well organized.
Well, thank you so much for that overview, and thanks for everyone dialing in and having a look at the behind-the-scenes take on this, really. And yeah, thanks so much for joining us.
It was a real pleasure to enjoy this tour around the set where we have been working for these 2 days. Much more to come. Stay tuned.
The future of global urban inhabitants will depend on how we tackle the greatest challenges of our lifetime. Climate change, population density, traffic congestion, affordable housing, education, health, inequality, and social justice. What happens in cities shapes our world. The current global context shows us that going solo is not an option anymore. The key to a brighter future lies in accelerating sustainable and inclusive cities all over the globe together. To do so, we need experts, citizens, and organizations playing together like an orchestra. They'll be envisioning and pushing forward plural, inclusive solutions, being intentional and open-handed, and responding with collaborative approaches to the complex problems cities face. Tomorrow's City is a platform to accelerate sustainability, inclusivity, enable collaboration, and identify solutions to critical urban issues. Trusted by the world's biggest corporations, more than 700 cities worldwide, and a network of 70,000 global professionals, Tomorrow's City uses the smart city ecosystem to fuel sustainable and inclusive urban projects.
Our next interviewee is professional work in the area of strategic urban planning and management is highly respected. He was directly responsible for developing and expanding projects and activities in different countries, including Australia, the United Kingdom, Germany, China, South Africa, Namibia, Lithuania, Latvia, Russia, and Brazil. He is Professor Emeritus at Ryerson University School of Urban and Regional Planning in Toronto. Let's listen to what Mitchell Cosney has to tell us.
Good day. My name is Mitchell Cosney. I'm now a professor emeritus in the School of Urban and Regional Planning at Ryerson University in Toronto. And I spent my career as a professor director in planning, but I also have another life out in, I guess you'd call the real world, doing a lot of strategic planning, governance in various parts of the world. So I mostly come at this from the perspective of a planner. The level of discussion about cities and where we live and how we live, I think, has been elevated back onto the agenda. And to me, that means, where do we live? How do we live? How do we work? Where do we work? How do we build transit? How do we build infrastructure? How do we build schools? I mean, to me, it's everything. So I feel so awful saying that the pandemic was really great because it brought those discussions back, but I do think it was a reason for those discussions to get back on the table. What we've been very successful at is local citizen groups through organizations working in their own communities, in their own languages, in their own style, to kind of help that, not just delivery, explanation and understanding of kind of what's involved. So that cooperation up and down, we've seen be very successful in the pandemic. Now, I want to run with that a little bit, because I will say the frustration or the difficulty often is that doesn't always happen. Our structures are not always designed for that. So we set up structures that tend to be very silos, and we have experts. I think what we need, quite frankly, is a lot more generalists that can understand decisions that cross disciplines. I mean, that's where we're at now. It's the ability to work across discipline in horizontal. I don't think it's because of the pandemic, but I think it happened coincidentally. I think that globally, and again, it's not unique to one side of the ocean or not for us, I think globally, citizens, and this gets back to what we talked about at the beginning, I think many citizens and people have lost a significant amount of trust in their governments to act. And it's a bit of an oxymoron, because we want our governments to act, but we don't trust them to act. And I think that lack of trust is very deep. I think we have sunk into the debit category, and we need to earn all of that trust back. And that's a long road, and it's done by example, and it's done by leadership and management. Is it possible? Sure, it's possible, but it's a heck of a fight to get back there. I do believe that we have to have some sense of where we're going. If you don't know where you're going, you're sure as heck never going to get there. I'm going to guess not many people go to an airport and say, I think I'll close my eyes and just pick a gate and get on a plane and see where I end up. However, they have to be infused with little short-term victories, right? I mean, that's how you build trust too. That's how, with your kids, that's how you build engagement. Little victories that are consistent, that are constant, and you play for the big one. And I think you got a much greater likelihood of success. Now, it's slower. All of those out there will say, process is slow. You know, planners always say no, they slow things down. Well, I think it goes back to what I said at the beginning. Process is used to get decisions. So you can't just engage people with flip charts or whatever the latest electronic technology of engaging. You have to get somewhere, and you have to show an outcome. Then you build success, then you build engagement, then you start building that trust back. But what we said was, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go into all the schools, and we're going to ask kids what they think. And you say, well, how stupid. Well, you know what? Kids' visions of a city are really interesting, and they're really different than you and I. The other thing we said was, we're going to ask people very simple questions. What do you like about Toronto? What don't you like about Toronto? What would you change? Not 42 questions, just really basics. And the other thing is, we did everything in about 7 or 8 different languages. Why? Because that's the way people engage in our city. And we didn't have meetings at 6 o'clock, in the evening after everybody gets home from a tired day. We had them on the streets. We had them in homeless shelters. And you might say, well, those people don't care. Well, those people don't care because they don't get asked. And I know that there will be critics that will say, yeah, but citizens don't care. They're not going to be involved. They always want to say no. They complain. They oppose anything. Fine. But I do believe, notwithstanding the outcome, you need to give that greater control and ownership at the most local level. That builds ownership. That builds citizens. And I know it sounds so large, in a way so silly when I say it, but that builds better citizens. And I think if we have better citizens with better knowledge to make decisions, I'll go right back and say that leads to better cities and better discussions around where do we want to live and how do we want to live. I would like to think that we're all motivated by altruism and wanting to make a better place. Somewhere in all of us, I do think that's part of it. But I also know that fear is a bit of a motivator. And I don't mean we should walk around shaking and being afraid. But what I mean by fear is it's not just fear of, the temperatures going up. It's we're just in the way we do things, we're afraid of failing. I don't think there's a housing issue. I don't think there's a homeless issue. I think there's an income issue. First thing we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this island. We're going to integrate social housing with everything else. You know what? There's not you and me. You should not be identified by the address on your house. It's integrating, probably at much smaller scales, housing and units within other neighborhoods. Now, I know there's opposition. We're facing lots of opposition in the city and everywhere to that because nobody comes out and says it. If I go to a meeting and say we're going to have a social housing project here, the neighbors will stand up and say, I believe in social housing. I think it's very good and it's a wonderful. I just have a problem with the parking. I just have a problem with it. Well, we know that that's code for not here.
As you know, we have our reporter Paula roaming around the Smart City Expo area. Let's see where she is now, because I think she's about to show us a very special type of beef steak, a vegan 3D steak. Am I right, Paula?
Yes, Jamie, here I am at this innovative stand. This is Nova Meat, and this is Miquel Turon, and he's the head scientist, so who better than him to explain what Nova Meat is?
Thank you. Yeah, we're Nova Meat, so we're a food tech startup. So now we are printing a 3D printed steak that it's 100% plant-based. So what you see is that we're doing this fibrous scaffold, fibrous structure that is mimicking the animal muscle. So instead of doing burgers or minced meat, we're doing steaks or chicken or this kind of fibrous food products. So the ingredients are very similar to meat. So we are following the same nutritional properties as meat. So what we have here, it's a 65-70% of water, 25% of proteins that in this case, instead of animal proteins, are plant-based. In this case, it's yellow pea protein mixed with some rice. And then we have some vegetable fat. And then we add some natural aromas and colorants. So our idea is to offer an alternative to animal meat. So not only to have the same price, to be cooked the same way as normal meat, and to taste, of course, to have the same taste. So we want a product that it behaves the same and it's better for the planet, for ourselves, and for the animals.
What an amazing project. Congratulations and good luck with it. And Jamie, we're back to you.
A 3D vegan steak. Mamma mia, the future of food is already here. Amazing, Paula. Thank you very much. The way we build our cities is vital to creating safe spaces for inhabitants, keeping in mind that we can contribute to having more prepared cities when facing potential crises. Maimouna Sharif is an urban planification expert and the current executive director of the United Nations Habitat Programme. She left us with a few words about this concept of building resilience. Let's look at what she had to say.
Distinguished global participants of the Smart City Expo World Congress, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, the ongoing pandemic truly revealed the weaknesses of urban systems around the world. Urban areas are complex systems. Without everybody's involvement and without a holistic and comprehensive approach to urban development, we might be just building vulnerabilities. We must be prepared. We must build resilience. We must take a holistic approach to crisis situations. We must think about multi-hazard, multi-stakeholder, and multi-sectoral when it comes to planning and building our cities. Making cities resilient and secure environment for inhabitants to live in, leaving no one and no place behind, must be our collective goal. UN Habitat has worked in a number of cities to calibrate a methodology and tools that provides concrete recommendations for actions in order to build resilience that is based on a solid assessment of urban elements' functionality. Evidence-based decision-making is the only way to build resilience in cities in an urbanizing world. We are at the pivotal moment of recovery. UN Habitat is strengthening the capacities of local governments to design, implement, and monitor sustainable, resilient, and inclusive COVID-19 economics and financial responses, recovery, and rebuilding plans. We need people-centered smart cities. Inequalities in cities is the main challenge in this new decade. It is fundamental that we take the issue of digital inclusion, digital rights, and digital capacity seriously. At the Expo, UN Habitat will launch a series of people-centered smart city playbooks that will help cities to develop digital policies that put people at the center, tackle sustainable development goals, and make governments more open, transparent, and collaborative. I urge you to implement concrete policies, standards, and pilot projects to leverage the power of digital technologies and the collective intelligence of people to tackle the urban, environmental, and social challenges in cities. Thank you very much.
Wise words indeed from Ms. Sharif. Thank you very much. Pandemic, that funding is crucial. To talk about the synergies between cities and banks, we have Ms. Nalai Choi, an urban specialist for social, urban, rural and resilience global practice at the World Bank, and Mr. Victor Mulas, a team lead at the Tokyo Development Learning Center, also at the World Bank. Ms. Choi, Mr. Mulas, welcome to Smart City. Mr. Mulas, I'll start with you. How should cities evolve after the pandemic?
Well, let me start with a reflection of Kuma Kengo, one of the most important architects now in Tokyo. As he was reflecting about the pandemic and how he saw cities, trade, he was just saying, okay, we have been building cities to live in boxes, our apartments, and then we go to work in boxes, which are our offices, and we do it also in boxes. That can be a train or can be a car. And he reflects into, we need to create spaces in between those boxes, he calls them halls, but the spaces that connect us more with the environment, with the nature environment, and with other humans, having some social interaction and more human scale. And that brings me into 3 dimensions that we are seeing, especially in Japan, but I think it's a global conversation on how to rethink a little bit about cities. The first one is, how do we bring more the natural spaces in a more connected way with the city, to have it nearby in every neighborhood, to have a real connection to nature, not just one tree or a small little plants, but something that we can use as humans to meditate and feel more integrated in the nature while we live in the urban environment. Second dimension is more about having social interaction and be able to use public spaces in a safe and healthy way to have this interaction, the use of the street that we have seen in many cities like New York, that has expanded to use not only for restaurants, but also for interactions of the community. And that had also has been something that has evolved in Japan, and we are seeing. And the third dimension is more about livability. And that brings us into those concepts of compact cities here in Japan, or the 15-minute cities that we saw in Paris. But it's more about having the human scale and going back into walkability, building the community, having an interaction with your neighbors and with the tissue of the city around you. And we're going to see these 3 dimensions getting more traction as we evolve.
Interesting 3 dimensions, Mr. Mulas. Ms. Choi, question for you. As cities gradually recover and reopen towards the new normal, what is the World Bank's approach in supporting smart cities?
Yes, during 2021 spring meetings, the Development Committee of the World Bank Group endorsed the Green, Resilient and Inclusive Development, or GREED, as an approach to achieving a more sustainable and equitable recovery from the pandemic, and also long-term development. GREED is a framework to coordinate the World Bank Group interventions, for which technology, innovation, mobilizing the private sector have been highlighted as key cross-cutting enablers. That means that smart cities are an important part of the GREED approach of the World Bank Group. And the World Bank Group supports smart city ambition across the full cycle of smart city development. Both the World Bank and IFC is engaged in the upstream assessment and planning by examining smart city maturity level or readiness and helping cities to develop strategies, plans in line with the city visions, and also in reference to international benchmarks and good practices. We also support efforts to enable the smart city market by helping countries and cities really enhance regulations, institutional and human capacity through lending operations or technical assistance. Yet, as you highlighted, we realize that public funding is not enough for smart city development. And so the IFC makes and facilitates investments together with the private sector capital to really support a range of smart city solutions. And that is going to be important for the GREED approach of the World Bank Group.
It is going to be important indeed. Mr. Mulas, how do you see the concept of green cities? Mr. Mulas just disappeared, I believe, right now. I'll ask you a question, Ms. Choi. What are some of your insights on the role of technology for smart cities going forward?
Digital infrastructure is definitely the foundation of smart cities, for which or in which data analytics play an increasingly important critical role. But many developing countries still lack the fundamental infrastructure for this, especially in Africa, where 75% of the population still remain offline. So going forward, addressing the digital divide globally and within countries will be very important, together with advancing technology. So for example, in countries like Bangladesh, local government or municipalities really did not have online systems that can enable municipal officials to work remotely during COVID pandemic, and its citizens to access local services online. So the World Bank came in to help all municipalities in Bangladesh through its lending operation to improve hard and soft infrastructure for facilitating these online digital systems as well as improving the capacity of local government officials. In summary, in my view, investments in digital infrastructure and greater coordination efforts among municipalities to share data and increasing digital accessibility for citizens in accessing services will be critical aspects of smart city development.
Absolutely true. Mr. Mulas, since you're back, I'm going to ask you a question too. How do you see the concept of green cities evolving in Japan?
Oh, thank you. So it's a very interesting question because Japan has an ingrained concept of dealing with nature and mixing nature and urban areas. Actually, that concept is called Satoyama. And that is a concept that started evolving between what was the border between the forest and the agricultural land. Then it went into what is the border between the city and the nature. And now it's the evolution of that concept is cities bringing the nature inside of the city to actually become a Satoyama, become that mixture of nature, natural environment, and the city. And they do that by bringing a lot of green areas that are sizable areas that really resembles nature and designed for that in neighborhoods. So if you think about Tokyo, for instance, which is the largest conurban area of the world, the metropolitan area of the world, you have 50% of Tokyo is green or water area. And they've done that because they include in any development at least 20% of the area should be green development. And that is allowing every neighborhood to enjoy a park, but a park that really submerges you in an area of nature. Other initiatives that we are seeing here in Tokyo, for instance, is as we see the work-life balance changing with the pandemic, people wanting to work more from home, telecommuting. We are seeing private developers in Japan that are very unique because they both own the real estate operations with the transport operations of the metro lines to leverage that and connect suburban areas with urban areas and create what they call a small basis of Satoyama green areas, but they are not suburban, they are still in the middle between the downtown, where people can also have the offices and more shared offices and public spaces that they can enjoy a middle ground. We are also starting to see from other developers in a private initiatives, the development and creation of green districts, zero carbon districts, where when they develop a new area, they do it in a way that is CO2 zero emissions overall, and it balances itself. They use clean energy technologies, they share resources in the district, natural cooling, and then green offset. So all these initiatives that we are seeing are probably new areas into developing a mix of private and public combination of initiatives that end up in generating more and more green areas. The final one is a reflection that we are seeing in Tokyo. It's a city that allows to have rooftops and after encourage in the rooftops to use renewable energy by the citizens. And if you start mixing those private initiatives of zero carbon energy districts with distribution of energy collection through renewable energy, but you allow new technologies like blockchains to have this distribution as an utility, you can still get very, very scalable solutions for zero carbon renewable energy in the city.
Well, I really hope we are on the right path to keep moving forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Mulas, Ms. Choi, for your time here today at Smart City World Congress.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Smart City Expo is also showcasing innovation from regions and countries. The Nordic Pavilion has gathered companies and startups from their region which are already selling solutions in many different cities. Our reporter Paula is there right now. Let's see what they've got.
Yes, Jamie, here I am at the Nordic stand of Norway with Karine Frafjord, who is the head of the Nordic Edge. Hi, Karine.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us a little about that project.
Nordic Edge is Norway's official innovation cluster, which means that we work with both private and public sector, with academia and also finance, bringing them all together to find good solutions. So we are basically a member-based organization, non-profit, working to make a better world.
That's wonderful. Do you have any specific projects you're working on currently?
Well, I'm the head of Nordic Edge Expo, which is maybe some kind of a miniature expo from this one. So we are maybe the most important meeting place in the Nordics for public-private sector businesses wanting to meet. So every year we meet up in Stavanger, and we've done that for the last 7 years. A little bit of a break with COVID, as you probably know, but there is a meeting place also. There is an expo also for smart cities in the Nordic, in Stavanger, in Norway.
Wow, wonderful. Yes. We have to check that out, please. Definitely.
And of course, you're all welcome.
Thank you very much for having us. Have a great day.
Thank you.
And we'll see you soon. Thank you, Jamie. Back to you.
We'll check that out, Paula, without a doubt. Thank you very much for your work today. Well, we have reached the end of the second day of the Smart Digital program. I hope you enjoyed it. We have another day of amazing speakers and discoveries left to go. We'll be here tomorrow, showing you the best of Tomorrow Mobility World Congress. See you tomorrow.
Cities need to embrace a growing number of alternatives to keep their air clean. Changes in urban mobility anticipate profound transformations in traditional motorization. Future main modes of travel include a wide range of alternatives such as cycling and walking, biking and car sharing, multimodal travel options, as well as electrical vehicles. People's choices in mobility, technology, and travel frame their willingness to adopt new and more sustainable forms of transportation. Identifying the most accurate and meaningful data is becoming an increasing challenge for policymakers who are faced with the overwhelming mass of information available today. Cities around the world are planning infrastructure-oriented transportation policies with softer, targeted interventions aimed at changing the mobility practices of a diverse group of users. Join us for the ultimate worldwide event to understand user behavior and state-of-the-art transportation policies seeking to accelerate sustainable and intelligent urban mobility.